Good morning, everyone. It's Custer County Fair time. Glad to have you along. Jeremy Scheib with you here on the St. Hills Express YouTube and Facebook pages, and we're about to get started with the Swine Show. Looks like they're going to get started about on time. We might have the national anthem here. They've done that in the past. Not every year, but they have had somebody perform that in the past. But as we're waiting for things to get started, and we'll turn the cameras on here shortly, we want to thank the sponsors making it possible for us to be here all throughout the fair. These are our purple ribbon sponsors who you'll see scrolling on the top part of your screen throughout the Custer County Fair all 4 days that we've got video coverage. Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer, the Custer County Ag Society, Justin Thompson Agency with American Family Insurance, Nebraska State Bank, Healing Hearts and Families, Sargent Irrigation, Central Nebraska Diesel, Custer Public Power District, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, Pioneer Seed, Full Circle Irrigation, Lines Appliance, Big Jim's Bar of Oconto, Farm Bureau Financial Services, and Agribest Feeds of Callaway. Thank you to each and every one of those sponsors for making it possible for us to be here with this video coverage as well as radio coverage, which you'll continue to hear on KCNI Pure Country. David's got pre-recorded interviews that we have started getting since we had the fashion show. He also has got interviews from the dog show. He and I were both out here for the small animal show yesterday. He's got some there. He's going to get plenty during the bucket calf interview judging and the bucket calf parade. He'll talk to some of these kids with the swine entries this morning, and then of course beef and sheep and goats and everything in between here at the Custer County Fair. So happy to have you along. I haven't seen any messages so far that say, hey, you don't have any audio, so that's a good start. It's always the number one thing, having a picture, which I can see, but having audio, I can see it on my screen, but it doesn't mean anything unless I can confirm that it's coming through to you. So thanks for being here. And all throughout the Custer County Fair, if you have something that you want to check on or see about, you can. Okay, they're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Here we go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Their mic has been cutting in and out when they've been testing it this morning. And then obviously we get whatever feed their microphone is feeding. So that's not on our end. We're just getting the good quality feed of their mic cutting in and out. But I think Mike Evans has maybe the better of the two microphones. So let's hear from him.
Okay, so I think we're ready to get started. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2026 Custer County Fair Pig Show. Coming into the ring here will be the senior showmanship. We have Regan Babcock, Jet Kramer, Regan Fleece, Kinley Keefe. And that's all for this round. Thanks, Tabby.
All right, so that is the first group. The second group that is waiting is Cooper Keefe, Heath Larson, Trinity Mickle, Connor Paulson, and Kobe Wells. So we'll see this group come in. And what they'll do is I don't know what number, but they'll pull a certain number of these kids aside, and they'll bring them back when they determine a reserve and champion senior showman after they do the same with Group 1. Now, it's not so much about the pig as it is the showman in this. It's about controlling your entry and giving yourself the best possible shot at winning a ribbon if you were showing in another competition. Being a good showman is eye contact, giving a good profile of the animal for the judge, who you see there at the top right-hand part of your screen. She's cut off by our sponsors right now, but getting a good angle, driving that pig right at her, and showing side profiles while making good eye contact as well. And eventually we'll hear a little bit about our judge. They always give a judge profile and pass that along to us as well. Over in the waiting area, we see lots of different strategies about keeping these pigs cooled off. Cold towels on the back is one strategy I've seen here early this morning. It's only going to get hotter throughout the day today. So the judge having some private conversations with the kids out there, and then I'm sure we'll hear from her. And looks like they just realized that only half the lights are on in here. Yeah, there we go. We turned on the other half. Much brighter now. Again, this is Reagan Babcock, Jet Kramer, Reagan Fleece, and Kinley Keefe out there right now. The judge having a conversation with Miss Babcock right now. Thank you to Purple Ribbon sponsor Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer. They want to thank everyone for their business at all of the surrounding Trotters locations. Whether you're visiting Trotter Service, Trotter Fertilizer, or one of the many Trotters Will and Goes, they have enjoyed serving you in central Nebraska since 1962. And thank you as well to our host, the Custer County Ag Society. They welcome you to the fair and urge you to come out and take in the fun. They also want to encourage you to look at the calendar of events for the Custer County Fairgrounds throughout the year at custercountyfair.org. You don't want to miss out on any of the activities going on. All right, judge is going over to grab the microphone, and we'll hear what she has to say and hope that her voice picks up on this microphone well. We'll see.
Well, good morning, and thank you so much for having me out this morning. Hopefully
This might be a battery issue, is what this could be. When those batteries start to go, they're going to check the other microphone and see how it goes.
Good morning, everybody. Once again, thank you to Custer County for having me out this morning. A really outstanding set of senior showmen to go ahead and kick off our show. The two come back for our final drive of senior division. I talked to them individually about things that they did well and improve on. But the two that we're going to leave out here are going to receive today. Some that are doing a really nice job. Maybe just could improve on a couple things to a higher level. But two of them that are still keeping the pigs in motion. Work on eye contact and getting their pigs in better. Okay.
Okay, so hopefully they figure out those microphone issues. As you heard there, didn't sound too good, and it doesn't sound too good here on the mic, on the speakers either. It sounds good when Mike Evans does it. He's a little bit closer to where the receiver is. So if I heard right, they're going to bring back Kinley Keefe and Reagan Mapcock for the champion and reserve champion competition here shortly. But right now, group number 2 is going to come in on the top left-hand part of your screen. That will be Cooper Keefe, Heath Larson, Trinity Mickle, Connor Paulson, and Kobe Wells. And here they come.
Okay, we'll see if we can work a little bit. We're going to call in Cooper Keefe, Heath Larson, Trinity Mickle, Connor Paulson, and Kobe Wells coming in back then.
Check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Judges up there in the top left-hand part of your screen. These are all senior showmen. This is group 2 of 2. Already pulled aside to come back for the champion and reserve champion side of things. Reagan Babcock and Kinley Keefe from group number 1. Judges started having conversations, you see there on the right-hand part of your screen, with some of the kids, and then we'll hear from her shortly. While we've got a chance, want to thank another of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, Justin Thompson Agency with American Family Insurance, Whether you're protecting your home, vehicles, farm, business, or your family's future, the team at Justin Thompson Agency, Inc. and American Family Insurance is here to help find the protection that fits your needs with local service you can count on. They're proud to support the Custer County Fair, and they wish all the exhibitors, families, and fairgoers a safe and successful week. Nebraska State Bank is proud to be your local bank, serving area since 1918 with 4 convenient locations in Callaway, Myrna, and Broken Bow. They have your financial service needs covered. Stop by any location today to get set up with free checking for your personal or business needs. They're currently calling for junior showmen to get ready and bring their swine to the west end of the arena. We'll give you a look at that right now with our camera mounted in the rafters. So they're starting to get gathered over there for junior showmanship. That first group of junior showmen will be Miles Babcock, Weston Delaney, Aaliyah Harder, Tylee Hendricks, Rafe Larson, and Tell McConnell. Right now we're wrapping up the second group of senior showmanship, and then they'll bring back Kinley Keefe and Reagan Babcock with those that are pulled aside from this group, and they'll all compete against each other in order to determine a champion and reserve champion in senior showmanship. How's everybody doing this morning? Of course, always, I'm going to remind you throughout the Custer County Fair, if you want to let us know who you're cheering on or where you're watching from, I have an unofficial contest every single year where we find out who is watching from the furthest distance away. And we have regularly had people watching from overseas, so it would be cool to hear about that from you. If you're watching from overseas, we'd love to hear. Or if you're just watching from across the state, we want to hear about that as well. Appreciate you all tuning in this morning. We'll hear from our judge, and we'll cross our fingers here that our microphone's working, or that their microphone, rather, is working a little bit better, and it doesn't quite cut out as much.
Group outstanding set here for our second round, and honestly, it probably took a little bit more time just because it was a little bit of a tougher decision for me to pin two. All 5 of these individuals are going to go ahead and receive purple. I think they're all very much deserving of it, and so I talked individually with all of them on things that they did well, and minute differences that sorts them. But go ahead and keep back the 4 that we've pinned here and bring them and drive of our senior showmanship. But go ahead and put your hands together for these individuals.
All right, so you heard there, hopefully, all 5 of them are getting purple. And they chose a couple that will stay behind and be competing in the championship and reserve champion senior showmanship, which will start here now. You see who is going to be coming out and competing there on the right-hand side of your screen. Theo's watching from Arthur. Theo, glad to have you along. And Lori Holman watching from Westerville. Thanks for being here, Lori. Thanks for tuning in. Here we go. Time to determine a champion and reserve champion in senior showmanship. All right, they're out there. We've got Reagan Babcock, Kinley Keefe, Cooper Keefe, and Trinity Mickle all competing here in senior showmanship. Hi, Jackie. Thanks for checking in the chat. Cheering on Cooper and Kinley. The Keefe girls competing against each other here in senior showmanship. Right now, if you're just joining us, folks, we are determining a champion and a reserve champion in senior showmanship. Tough competition. The second group received all purples. So those two that are out there from that second group overcame that, Cooper Keefe and Trinity Mickle. Try to brighten up that camera here when I get an opportunity. It's mounted down by my feet. I'm not an overly flexible person, so we'll try to get more light out of that camera soon.
Well, those of you in the holding pens as our intermediates and juniors, I hope you took a couple glances over into this ring. There's a really good set of seniors out here showing some picks for us today and all doing things very well. So hopefully you took some notes. I think that's the best way to learn is by imitation. So if you can take a look at what these guys are doing and try to do what they're doing to the best of your ability, you're going to be in a pretty good spot. So very competitive set of them out here, and honestly, it's a tough decision for me. One of the things I like to do in showmanship, especially when we can bring these kids back in for an additional round, is to give them something to change that I would like to see personally as a judge. Maybe it's completely backwards from what the next judge tells you, but you're showing to me today. So I think it's awfully important that you make that change, especially if you have the chance to come back in the ring. And there's an individual that did that really well for me in this second round, and she probably bumped herself up maybe into a top placing for me today. So again, really outstanding group of them. There's a of them out here that are just extremely fluid. I think that's really important in showmanship to kind of be able to just blend away from your animal. And so that's kind of where my priorities lie in terms of fluid and then also having some intensity, showing me you want to win, and making that pig look the best at all times. That's really the premise of showmanship, is being able to show the flaws out of your animal. And so again, a really high quality set. Please congratulate these kids. I'll select a grand and reserve for you.
All right, so what we're going to see is, in years past, judges have, okay, so your champion is Cooper Keefe, and your reserve is Reagan Babcock. Okay, so Cooper Keefe, your champion in senior showmanship, and Reagan Babcock, the reserve champion in senior showmanship. That'll move us into junior
So your
showmanship.
reserve champion was Regan Babcock, and your champion Cooper Keefe. Nice job on that group. That was outstanding. Nice work, everyone. Okay, we're coming into the ring with the first group of junior showmanship. We have Miles Babcock, Weston Delaney, Aaliyah Harder, Tylee Hendricks, Rafe Larson, and Tel McConnell. Group number 1, junior showmanship. So on deck will be group number 2, junior showmanship. Eli Meyer, I guess. Heston Scott, Cade Smith, Tobias, and Todd Valdez.
Getting out there right now, Miles Babcock, Weston Delaney, Aaliyah Harder, Tylee Hendricks, Rafe Larson, and Tel McConnell. This is the first of 2 groups in junior showmanship. Shelly in the comments, cheering on Cooper and Kinley. Jake is cheering on all the Middle Loop 4-H'ers. Good to have you here, Jake. Had a comment on YouTube cheering on Trinity Mickle. Apologize, folks. I'm trying to up the brightness on this other camera that you can't see at the moment. There, that should be a little bit better. While we have a moment while this first group of junior showmanship is happening, these are kids ages 11 through 13. We want to thank Healing Hearts and Families, where they work to educate the public by implementing a variety of outreach activities and public education programs to increase awareness of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and bullying. Keep listening for information about how to donate to and attend their upcoming gala, which is this fall. Judge there at the top part of your screen, starting to have some conversations with these junior showmen. And like she said during senior showmanship, she gives them a few pointers. Whether they're eliminated and get their ribbons right now or are coming back later, they can work on those things because they're going to be showing their swine to her all day long. She's the judge throughout the day. So these will be pointers that help them win ribbons throughout the rest of the day, or when they come back and compete against those that are pulled out of the second group of junior showmen. Gene, thanks for stopping by in the comments. Says good luck, Tylee. Again, we're just underway in the Swine Show, folks. I know I won't get many opportunities to say this over the next few days at the fair, but it is really comfortable right now. It looks like there's some cloud cover outside of the Farm Bureau covered arena. And there's actually a little bit of a breeze, and it's even reaching me up here under the rafters, which I appreciate. Nice cloud cover with the heat we're expecting would certainly be appreciated by these kids that are working so hard throughout the Custer County Fair. Thank you to our friends at Sargent Irrigation with 9 locations in Nebraska and Iowa. They're proud to serve your well drilling and pumping needs. You can find them online or on Facebook. They're proud of all the participants who worked so hard towards fair, and certainly that continue to work hard here at the Custer County Fair. I haven't checked the forecast recently because I've just known that it's going to be hot, but let's just take a look here and see what they're calling for today. Looks like we're looking at a high around 96 or so upper 90s today. Currently 78 in Broken Bow. By 9 o'clock, it'll warm up to about 82, and we'll be into the 90s before we hit noon. All right, let's hear from our judge.
A very competitive set of here to start our intermediates. I picked the 2 here to bring back for our overall. Again, discuss with each of us things that they did well and things they could work on. And I think it's awfully impressive for these kids to bring pigs out on a hot morning and do so very well. So again, congratulations to all of you guys. We'll welcome in our next round of intermediates.
Okay, so I see Miles Babcock pulled aside over there. Try to figure out who the young lady is that's over there.
Okay, so group number 2 is now going to come in to the ring for junior showmanship. Eli Meyer, Heston Scott, Cade Smith, Taylin Tobias.
As he was starting to say before his microphone cut out, Eli Meyer, Heston Scott, Cade Smith, Taylin Tobias, and Ty Valdez are all coming out.
Ty Valdez. That's the last one out of that group. Sorry about the microphone situation. We're doing the best we can. So group number 2, junior showmanship, we got Eli Meyer, Heston Scott, Cade Smith, Taylin Tobias, and Ty Valdez.
Again, this is the second group of junior showmanship. These kids are ages 11 to 13. After this group, we'll bring out tops in this group against the two pulled aside from the last group, and they will compete to determine the champion and reserve champion in junior showmanship. We do have two groups of pre-junior showmen as well before we get into the Market Swine Show, which will start with Market Barrows. 8 groups of Market Barrows to go through, ranging from 201 all the way up to 332 pounds today. Judge there on the top right-hand side of your screen having a conversation with these kids, as she has and will continue to do throughout the showmanship competition. Good crowd on hand. You folks can't see it, but there's probably, there's probably 100 people in the stands watching. These kids are doing a great job. The judge is having individual conversations, isn't even looking their direction out here in the show ring, but they're continuing to do all the right things here in showmanship, which I know the judge appreciates. These judges constantly talk about, hey, when I turn around after I'm having a conversation, I like to have kids locking eyes with me immediately and continuing to do the right things, showing their animal, whether I'm looking or not. And that's what shows a great showman. Again, if you're just joining us, we already wrapped up senior showmanship here at the Swine Show for 4-H. That's ages 14 and over. Cooper Keefe was the champion. Reagan Babcock was the reserve champion. There were 9 competitors.
We'll go ahead and call the on deck for the pre-junior showmanship. Kelly Cox, Whitney Delaney, Jamison Harder, Jason Hendricks, and Tally Porky on deck pre-junior showmanship.
We'll hear from the judge.
Again, a very competitive group of intermediates, and all of them have done things very well. And I discussed with a few of them some things that I'd probably like to see them work on at home. And I think, again, when you get into showmanship, it's so clear that showmanship is won at home, and that's why I love giving these kids just some tips that they can do, because you can't change a whole lot at county fair probably at this point. But when you go into, if you're going to keep showing this year, go into next year's project, certainly things to improve on for everybody across the board as you get better at this. So congratulations to these guys. We'll bring these 4 back out to select an overall intermediate showman.
Okay, so out of that last group, Talon Tobias and Ty Valdez were pulled out. They will come out there with Miles Babcock and the young lady who still has not allowed me to see her back tag. So we'll see her number here in just a moment and pass it along to you, and that'll give you your 4th competitor out here for champion and reserve champion in junior showmanship. And now her back tag has blown straight up and is on the back of her head, so she might remain a mystery for a while. Okay, now I saw it. That is Tylee Hendricks. So she's out there with Miles Babcock, Taylin Tobias, and Ty Valdez competing here for champion and reserve champion in junior showmanship. Reinke is built durable and reliable, high strength steel, superior engineering, and an industry leading 10-year warranty on gearboxes. Contact Colton and find out for yourself at Central Nebraska Diesel. Custer Public Power District keeps your lights shining bright. Nebraska is still the only state in the entire U.S. that is served 100% by public power. Locally owned and governed by you, Custer Public Power District. And thank you to Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers. If you're considering selling your land, now is the time. Contact April Good or John Farley with Lashley Land and check out lashleyland.com. Tell you what, these junior showmen are really working hard, doing some great things out there. Like the judge said, this is often a ribbon that is won working at home. Not a whole lot different you can do. You're going to have your pig ready to show and ready for the show ring before you get here, and that's due to lots of hours at home and doing the work there. All just comes to fruition here at Fair. Again, out there competing for champion and reserve champion in junior showmanship, Miles Babcock, Tylee Hendricks, Taylin Tobias, and Ty Valdez.
Honestly, very impressive set of them out here, and I think specifically this group, what they all do extremely well is they are making these pigs look very, very, very high quality out here, just in terms of how they're getting them exhibited. Doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the quality of their pig, but just the steps that they are taking to be really high-level showmen and exhibit these hogs to the highest of their ability is awfully impressive. And along with that, there's a lot of quietness and smoothness out in this ring right now, which is hard to do. If you've ever been on the other end of a pig whip, these things don't cooperate very often, and so it's awfully impressive that these kids are able to be so quiet and calm and collected in the way that they're exhibiting these hogs today. And so, it's getting hot. Some of these pigs are starting to probably want to be a little bit less cooperative for it. There's one individual out here that probably quickly was going to be my champion, especially here in this last round. Has been extremely consistent all the way through, being very just keeping that pig moving and quiet, getting me the views, being very intense, and being very smooth. Gets pretty close for reserve, especially here in this last round. Two individuals that maybe have opposite problems from each other, two that are still being extremely high level in terms of their showmanship skills. So I'll go ahead and make my final decision on that, but if you would, please put your hands together one more time. I'll select your grand and reserve.
Okay, so we'll see who the grand champion is and then the reserve after that. So your champion is Ty Valdez. And your reserve is Talon Tobias. All right, great stuff there. So, to recap with you folks, your champion and reserve champion, respectively, in senior showmanship, Cooper Keefe and Reagan Babcock. And then in junior showmanship, Ty Valdez was the champion. Talon Tobias was the reserve champion. We're now moving on to pre-junior showmanship. Callie Cox, Whitley Delaney, Jamison Harder, Dason Hendricks, and Tally Horkey all coming in right now. These young kids are ages 8 through 10 and are coming in now.
Okay, so on deck, repeat, Group 2 in pre-junior showmanship. Bodell Larson, Otto Petrick, Legacy Scott, Brianna Thomas, Miles Valdez, and Toby Horkey.
Again, out here right now is the first group of 2 in pre-junior showmanship. Callie Cox, Whitley Delaney, Jamison Harder, Dathan Hendricks, and Tally Horkey. Thank you to Pioneer Seed, Monty Herbsmeyer and Sargent, Mike and Justin Bailey and Ansley, and Larry Leapart and Lacey Hopna of Anselmo, your Pioneer Seed reps in the area. Contact Monty, Mike and Justin, or Larry and Lacey to see what Pioneer can do for your fields. You can also contact Todd Bourdine at the Full Circle Irrigation Office in Litchfield or Broken Bow for your irrigation parts, technology, and service needs. They are proud to be your local Valley dealer at Full Circle Irrigation. And please, throughout the Custer County Fair, notice those sponsors scrolling at the top right-hand part of your screen. They make it possible for us to be bringing you this video stream specifically. Many of them are also joining us on KCNI coverage. Dave has got over 60 interviews, nearly 70 interviews that will be playing on KCNI today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and on Thursday during the Custer County Fair. Would love to see you out at the Free Pit Barbecue tonight. Hopefully about the time it starts to cool off a little bit. That'll be on the west end of the grandstands here on the Custer County Fairgrounds. And then immediately following that, that starts at 5:30. The Custer County Classic Bull Riding Show will happen. Always a fun time, great talent going out there trying to ride those bulls, and always a great crowd on hand as well. Hopefully with you as a part of it this year. Judge right there in the middle part of your screen has started talking to these kids about their pigs. This is the first group of pre-junior showmen. We'll have one more group, and as we said before, after that we will move forward to Market Barrows. And there are 8 groups. They're ranging from 201 to 332 pounds this year. Dason Hendricks has the 332-pound hog. Market gilts will happen later on today. There are 5 groups of those, going all the way up to 294 pounds. We'll determine a champion and reserve market gilt before we have the champion and reserve of the barrows and gilts compete against each other for overall market swine. And then there will be some small groups of breeding swine. And that will close out the 4-H swine show for 2026. Several hours from now. Then we'll move on to sheep. These kids out here right now are between the ages of 8 and 10. Commanding these pigs that often outweigh them by quite a bit. All right, I think we've got our early leader in who is watching the video stream from the farthest away. Lonnie wishing a good luck to Heath, Rafe, and Bodell from Sierra Leone, Africa. I think Lonnie might have been the winner last year.
Outstanding job by these juniors. I think it's always so fun to get our younger age groups out here to show these pigs, because I certainly think the pigs probably outweigh these kiddos by some margin, and so all of them are doing an outstanding job. The 2 that we're going to pin are the 2 that we'll bring back, and I discussed with the 3 left out here in the arena just some things that they could change, but really high quality set of showmen. Please congratulate these guys.
All right, so we'll see who they pull aside here. Looks like Jamison Harder will come back and compete for champion. As will Callie Cox. So they'll get the other 3 out of here, and they'll bring in group number 2, which is Bodell Larson, Otto Petrick, Legacy Scott, Riata Thomas, Miles Valdez, and they've got the names switched here, but it is Toby Horkey. They've got Horkey as his first name and Toby as his second, but I think it is Toby Horkey. We're used to the Horkey name here at the Custer County Fair, so they're all coming in now, and we'll enter the top top left-hand part of your screen. This is Group 2 of Pre-Junior Showmanship.
Go ahead and call market, no, group
Judges started having conversations just off the right-hand part of your screen there. While the judge is having our last couple of conversations, we want to thank Lines Appliance, where they offer very competitive pricing on all appliances. They're ready to price match if you find a better deal. Don't waste your time or gas driving out of town. Support local and support those who support our community by going to Lines Appliance in Broken Bow. Thank you as well to Big Jim's Bar in Oconto, known for their flavorful, made-to-order pizzas and friendly small-town atmosphere. Folks, you got to go get Big Jim's Pizza. It's as simple as that. It's delicious. They're open at 5 Monday through Friday, and Saturdays and Sundays they open at 3. You can dine in or call ahead for takeout. Big Jim's Bar in Oconto. Absolutely delicious pizza. Thanks to Big Jim's Bar for supporting the Custer County Fair 2026 and our coverage of it. And thank you to Farm Bureau Financial Services. Local agents Travis Hansen, Jack Lindstrom, and Lloyd Johnson are proud to serve the community to help protect what matters most: your family, home, farm, business, and your future. Stop by 616 South C Street in Broken Bow or call 308-872-6433 for Farm Bureau. And thank you as well to Agribest Feeds, where they offer loose minerals and rumen-edge tubs for your cattle. They also have posts, red brand barbed wire, and any other fence supplies you need. ATV drive-over gates or an automatic wireless hydraulic gate are all available at Agribest Feeds in Callaway as well. Thank you to them for bringing this coverage to you. The judge will go over and grab the microphone, and we will hear from her following this second group of pre-junior showmen.
Another really excellent set of juniors, and I think these guys are doing an awesome job. These pigs tend to want to kind of hug the rail and stick their nose in a corner, and all 6 of them did a really nice job of handling that and getting these pigs out in the ring. And so I guess one thing that I love to talk to the juniors about is make sure that they're still having fun. And all these kids have told me that they are having fun. So I think at this stage in the game, that's priority number 1, that they enjoy this and they're having a good time out here. So we'll bring these 4 back for a grand drive. Please congratulate all of these kiddos.
All right, so I saw pulled aside Bodell Larson and Miles Valdez. So they will join Jamison Harder and Callie Cox. Those 4 will compete, and we will determine a champion and a reserve champion in pre-junior showmanship right now. I'm always interested to hear. I hear at the end of the fair each year that sometimes there are some folks that are in assisted living places that sometimes gather and watch in their common area or gathering area and put the Custer County Fair live stream up on your television. Would love to hear about that in the comment section. If you're watching from somewhere as a group, we've heard about watch parties in the past. Would love to hear about one going on here at the 2026 Custer County Fair if you are. Thanks so much, everybody, for your comments so far. It is very interesting for me to see where you're watching from and have a little bit of a conversation with you every now and then. What I should do is bring some kind of trivia or something with me so we can have a more active conversation, but I know you're here for these kids and not for conversation with me, and that is A-OK. That's why I'm here too. This is our determining of champion and reserve champion of pre-junior showmanship right now here in the Swine Show. Okay, that seemed quicker than usual. We'll hear from the judge.
Well, if you would, please congratulate these four out here. In terms of junior showmanship, I think, some priorities probably get changed a little bit and looking at just covering the basics of pig showmanship. And I think these four are all doing so very, very well. So outstanding job to all of you guys. There's probably one individual out here that I would not be hesitant to say could probably run with any age division, just in terms of their skill set and the way that they've been so incredibly consistent throughout the showmanship division. Very, very polished individual, keeping that hog looking its best at all times.
Well, her microphone turned off. She's just yelling to the crowd here in attendance, so I wish I could pass along what she's saying as well as she is, but she's just singing the praises of these young kids out here in pre-junior and showmanship. Our champion and reserve champion will be chosen now. Champion is Miles Valdez. And the reserve champion is Jamison Harder. Congratulations. You see there, that's where they're getting ready before they enter the show ring. Now we will transition into Market Barrows next. But first I want to give you a recap of what has happened so far. We've wrapped up showmanship here at the 4-H Swine Show. Again, thanks for sticking with us throughout that entire thing. They're still working through their microphone issues, so we hope they figure that out before they give the microphone to the judge the next time we hear about this next group of Market Barrows. So, to recap, Okay, so they are going to have all of the champion and reserve champion showmen now compete against each other. They didn't have that marked on here. I thought maybe for some reason they had done away with it, but they just don't have a spot for it in the program. But I'll recap real quick as these kids get ready to come into the show ring. Your champion senior showman was Cooper Keefe. Your reserve was Reagan Babcock. Your champion junior was Ty Valdez. Your reserve was Talon Tobias. Pre-junior showmanship champion was Miles Valdez. And reserve champion Jamison Harder. So those 6 are going to come in and compete against each other for overall champion showman and overall reserve champion showman. And they are entering in now. I should say it won't be all 6 of them. It'll just be the champions first. And then if they do like they've done in the past, whoever is the overall champion, they will pull in the reserve from that group so that they can compete for a reserve.
From Lincoln, Nebraska originally. She grew up raising sheep and goats and showing sheep and goats. She's a member of the 2023 UNL Livestock Judging Team. Graduated with a degree in animal science from UNL in 2024. And she currently lives in Mead, Nebraska, works for the University of Nebraska Cow Unit. So we appreciate you being here, Sarah.
So it's Ty Valdez, Miles Valdez, and Cooper Keefe out there right now. All right, we'll hear what she has to say. She's going to give this microphone another chance.
Well, again, a huge congratulations to these 3 very, very outstanding set of individuals across all age divisions. And I do think it's fun to get all the age groups out here together and just understand how close they are. I don't think age has anything to do with quality as showmen. And so hats off to you 3. I think all of you guys are doing a really fantastic job. Very minute differences that sort you. But I do think showmanship in general, it's so cool to see such a big group of kids doing showmanship because I don't care if you're in a showmanship class or if you're just showing a market or a breeding animal. It starts with showmanship because as even the best evaluators can read through things, you still need to be able to see that animal presented very highly to a high level to be able to evaluate it to its highest degree. And so I think showmanship is something that certainly is won at home, and that's why it's cool to see such high quality exhibitors out here because it's not something you do overnight. It's very much a testament to long, long days, a lot of hours, and a lot of work. So congratulations to all the exhibitors that walked through this ring. In terms of a grand champion, showman out here today, it gets really, really close. for me between the two of them, and it probably is a personal preference. As I've said before, I like a quiet showman. I want that person to just blend away from their animal. I want them to be unnoticeable. I want to see the animal, obviously still being shown by the exhibitor, but I do not want my focus taken off of the livestock by the exhibitor. And so I think there's an individual out here that probably does that just a little bit better and will go ahead and be your champion today. But go ahead and please again congratulate these kids. I'll select your overall showman.
All right, here we go. Time to select the overall showman. It'll be Ty Valdez. And your reserve is Cooper Keefe. Awesome stuff. So that wraps up the showmanship side of things. And now you see there on your screen, we've got the first group of market barrows waiting to enter the show ring here in the 4-H Swine Show. So let's recap one more time for those of you just joining us. We'll start with senior showmanship. Your champion was Cooper Keefe, reserve champion Reagan Babcock. Your champion in junior showmanship was Ty Valdez. Reserve champion in junior showmanship, Talon Tobias. And then champion in pre-junior showmanship was Miles Valdez. Reserve champion pre-junior showmanship, Jamison Harder. And then Ty Valdez was the overall grand champion showman. Reserve grand champion showman was Cooper Keefe. Congratulations to each and every one of them. And here in just a moment, I'll let you know who's coming into the show ring for our first group of barrows. I want to upgrade that or update that ticker at the bottom of your screen.
Number 691, and Darby Dalby, number 657. Passes to the ring right now, Group 1. On deck will be group number 2 market barrows. Eli Meyer, number 1159. Trinity Mickle, number 655. Legacy Scott, number 715. Miles Valdez, number 1184. Toby Horkey, number 1367. Cooper Keefe, number 1186. Eli Meyer, number 670. And Miles Babcock, number 1156. That's group number 2 on deck market barrows.
Okay, so out here right now is our first group of market barrows, 201 to 229 pounds. Kinley Keefe with 2 entries, Miles Valdez and Ty Valdez with 1 apiece. Rafe Larson out there, as well as Eli Meyer, Kobe Wells, and Darby Dalby.
Group 3 market barrows can come on down to the holding pen. Group 3 market barrows, Miles Babcock, number 11.
Again, we have 8 groups of market barrows. This is group number 1.
Legacy Scott, number 713.
And they'll either pull apart
Number 694.
1 or 2 from each group. I'm sure it will depend on the group. And then they'll all come back and compete for champion and reserve champion barrow. That's when we stand to get a lot of pigs out there in the show ring. They've already got 3 pulled aside out of this group alone.
Okay, we're going to continue. Group number 3, if you want to bring them down here in the holding pens. I believe I cage number 606, Heston Scott with number 710, Toby Horney, number 1366, and Aaliyah Carter, number 671. That's group number 3. You can go ahead and come on down to the holding pen.
Now they just moved a 4th into a pen alongside the ring here. I'd imagine these pigs are only going to get louder throughout the day as it gets hotter, and they've had less and less of the situation.
Start the market fair division. I'll probably try to roll through these classes just a little bit quicker to avoid some heat issues we might encounter. But really nice set up top here. A young man with a chromed up barrel there in the corner is going to go ahead and win this particular class. It was a closer top pair probably for me because I do have some greater concerns structurally with that pig. I think his hind leg probably could sit down and not square as he goes. But primarily that hog has a lot of muscle. Really, really fresh, ton of shape up top. Really cracked open, blade to hip, and sets down really wide at the surface as well. Again, I would like to change his hip and hind probably ever so slightly, but a good one to go ahead and start. Young man driving across the middle of the ring again with the chromed up hog there. Second, I probably prefer some structure things to the hog that wins this class. Just gets out and drives with a little bit more comfortability. Sets notch square from behind, but in terms of true muscularity, that hog probably falls second for me today. Wish that one was just a little bit more blown apart, had a little bit more true shape, but a really nice one to go ahead and sit second in this particular class. The young lady with the predominantly black hog here is going to go ahead and be third, and I love how fresh that one is. Probably ran into some pretty heavy muscled hogs up top, but in terms of just being a third place hog for us today, that one's really fresh, still has enough muscle, plenty creased up. Which is where the young man with the white hog probably falls fourth, is I think that one is pretty comparable in terms of true width and dimension, just doesn't have the shape and the freshness as the ones ahead of him. Young lady that's going to go ahead and come out fifth again.
Okay, so fourth.
Probably not quite as creased up as I'd like to see, and just wish that one a little
Fourth
bit
place
more
there
practice
went
and
to
sit down onto a stack.
fourth place in that group, rather. Miles Valdez, third to Kinley Keefe, second to Ty Valdez, and first to Kobe Wells. As they're just kind of rounding out, talking about the last few barrows in this group quickly as they run out. And we prepare for Group 2 market barrows. So let's talk about those as they prepare to come in. Group 2 entries from Eli Meyer, Trinity Mickle, Legacy Scott, Miles Valdez again, Toby Harkey, Cooper Keefe, Eli Meyer, and Miles Babcock.
Eli Meyer, number
Again, clubs represented include Great Connections, Sandhills Critters, Ansley Junior Livestock, and Middle Loop. So 8 in this group, ranging from 236 pounds. That's the pig from Eli Meyer, all the way up to 249 pounds. That is the pig from Miles Babcock. This is group 2 of 8 market barrows coming on into the show ring. Again, these barrows going all the way up to 332 pounds by the time we reach group 8. Market gilts will be after that. Those go up to 294 pounds, and then we'll have barrows and gilts compete against each other for overall grand champion before we move on to the breeding swine show, which is a short one this year. And then that'll be the end of the 4-H swine show for 2026. Sounds like it's not that long of an event, but by the time you've got 8 groups of this and then several groups of the gilts as well, it takes a little bit of time, but as you heard the judge say, they are going to try to move a little bit quicker while still giving some good advice on these animals, but she mentioned keeping the animals and the kids in mind with the heat expected today, that she would maybe move at a slightly quicker pace than she normally would, just to keep everyone in mind when it comes to that. Thank you to Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer in Broken Bow. They want to thank everyone for their business and all of their surrounding Trotters locations. Whether you are visiting Trotter Service, Trotter Fertilizer, or one of the many Trotters Woe and Goes, they've enjoyed serving you in central Nebraska since 1962. And thank you as well to our host here at the Custer County Fairgrounds, the Custer County Ag Society, welcoming you to the Custer County Fair. They urge you to come out and take in the fun. They also want to encourage you to look at the calendar of events for the Custer County Fairgrounds throughout the year at custercountyfair.org. You don't want to miss out on the activities that are going on, and certainly in the future, talk to them about having an activity that you are involved in here at the Custer County Fairgrounds. They've got buildings that you can utilize. They've got the grandstands, of course. They'd love to partner with you. Already an hour and a half into the first day of the Custer County Fair. We started at 8 o'clock this morning. If you're just joining us and you're thinking, oh man, I missed that thing that I wanted to watch from the fair. I missed showmanship. Well, the full replay of our broadcast today and beyond, every day. The replay is going to be available on the Sandhills Express YouTube and Facebook pages. Now, after a month, it gets deleted off of the Facebook page. Facebook decided that they would not save videos anymore, but it will be up forever on YouTube if you want to watch it back. So do keep that in mind. Again, this is group number 2 of Market Barrows. Eli Meyer, Trinity Mickle, Legacy Scott, Miles Valdez, Toby Horkey, Cooper Keefe, Eli Meyer, and Miles Babcock all out there showing their Market Barrows. Kelly, thanks for tuning in. Kelly says, let's go Toby, and all of the Middle Loop members cheering on the club. Thanks for tuning in, Kelly. Appreciate it.
one to go ahead and start off the class, being the young man here in the middle. I think that one just speaks quality the second he hit the ring. Extremely fresh in terms of muscularity and shape, but past that, he's still able to sit down onto a really stout foot and bone and travel the ring plenty flexible. And so that one's really neat when the young man drives him across the ring, gets his head up. I think he's got a lot of cool pieces, certainly covers the basics, but comes with a lot of extra features as well. Probably where the young man in second gets beat, because that one is also plenty cracked up, has plenty of muscle, blade to hip, lots of shape, just doesn't sit down quite as stout, a little bit narrower skull, frailer footed kind of hog, but one that I still appreciate on the drive. Just ran into a pretty stout one there in first. A pair of them here that are going to come out in 3 and 4, and I think it got close because they both have things I'd like to correct. And I went ahead and sided with the young lady's hog exiting the ring now, and I think that one just had a little bit more unique pieces for me. Certainly would like to change that one structurally. I think he was getting a little bit swollen probably on that back right hock. But in terms of just being really extended ahead of his blade, a long spine kind of hog, really love that about him, still really fresh. Because the ladies that comes in fourth here, I think, is one that probably fundamentally is a little bit more of a just a safer option. Really stout, opened up one with a lot more productive center skeleton. Just wasn't quite as unique probably as the one ahead of her, but still a really nice set in the top end of this class. Young lady that's going to come out in fifth, I think, is one that has one that's plenty productive and soft in his center skeleton. Maybe she just doesn't have the extra shape as the ones ahead of her. Need to set that one down a little bit square as he goes away, but one that's plenty practical. And similar for the young man's that are going to go ahead and come out in sixth. I think that one is really massive in terms of just being opened up out of the top side of his skeleton. Sets down plenty wide at the ground, but probably pushing a little bit more condition than we'd like to see on these hogs today. Wish that one just had a notch more shape to him, probably partly in due to his breed, but I do think that one probably could just be dialed back ever so slightly. And similar story for the two that are going to come out in 7 and 8. I think just generally we need to open those two up a little bit more, give them a little bit more muscle and a little bit more shape to get up any higher in this class, but really outstanding set. Congratulations to those guys.
All right, so first in that group was Miles Babcock. Second was Miles Valdez. Third was Cooper Keefe. And fourth was Trinity Mickle. That will bring out of the area you're seeing right there our third group of market barrows. Miles Babcock, Jack Kramer, Legacy Scott, Weston Delaney, Cade Smith, Heston Scott, Toby Horkey, and Aaliyah Harder. This is group number 3 of market barrows, 250 to 259 pounds. Entering now.
Heston Scott, number 17. Toby Horkey, number 1366. And Aaliyah Harder, number 671. You guys are in the ring right now. With group number 4 on deck. Group number 4 is Valdez with number 1180. Kenley Cox with number 684. Aaliyah Harder with number 673. Rihanna Thomas, number 665. Jet Kramer, number 649. And Biggley, number 663. You guys on group 4 on deck. We're going to go ahead and continue calling the next group on down to right, Jimmy. That's what I think what we've been doing here. So group number 5, you can go ahead and come on down here next to Scott, number 709. Let's try again. Group 5.
Again, this is Group 3 Market Barrows, 3 of 8. Judge taking a look at them right now. We have completed showmanship here today already. Those results are scrolling at the bottom part of your screen, and we'll continue to add to those throughout the day. We will keep the swine results there at the bottom. Even when we go into sheep. All right, let's hear from the judge.
Again, another high quality one to start off this class. I think that one just combines muscularity and skeletal quality to the highest degree. Maybe not necessarily the most blown apart one out here, but I think he combines plenty enough muscle onto a really sound skeleton and gets around with a lot of extra foot and bone and feature as the young man drives him around the ring. The young man here on the far side of the arena is going to go ahead and be second, and I think one that's similar in terms of muscularity composition, really fresh, plenty of shape. Just maybe doesn't have the extra terms of foot and bone, not quite as relaxed in his angles as he gets around. Wish that one just had a little more flexibility as he drove the ring, but a nice pair of them to go ahead and start. Young ladies, predominantly white bear, is going to go ahead and be third. I think that one is fundamentally plenty practical, really soft center. Like that one from the side. He get on top of that barrow, and I wish he was a little bit more pulled apart, had a little bit more true expression. Nice one to land third. And I think the one in fourth probably, just in terms of shape, is what got him to this spot today. Structurally, I wish I could change that one. Pretty restricted in terms of his angles and needs to be square at the ground. But just from a true muscularity standpoint, that one's just the fresher, leaner designed option of the top. Coming out in fifth, I think, is probably two hogs, 5 and 6 here, that did get beat just because they're pushing a little bit extra condition. I wish we could shape up those hogs ever so slightly and just give them a little bit more true muscularity up high and dial them back in terms of their degree of finish. But two of them that are plenty good in terms of structure and probably outperform our fourth place there just certainly need a little bit more shape. For 6 and 7 here, I think two hogs that are really blown apart, plenty wide up high, hit the surface, plenty square. Just again, probably pushing a little bit more finish probably today in condition than I'd like to see at this particular weight for these hogs. But two of them that these young individuals are doing an excellent job getting shown. So if we could go ahead and congratulate that group, please give them a hand.
All right, so first out of that group, Miles Babcock. Second, Cade Smith. Third, Legacy Scott. And fourth, Jet Kramer. That will bring out our fourth group of market barrels, 261 to 271 pounds. Ty Valdez, Callie Cox, Aaliyah Harder, Riata Thomas, Jet Kramer, and Regan Fleece, all with entries in this group number 4, which we will see coming out here very, very soon. And here they come.
That leaves group number 5 on deck. That's Bodell Larson, number 703. Heston Scott, number 709. Rafe Larson, number 702. Tylee Hendricks, number 717. Rexton Myers, number 667. Trinity Mickle, number 652. And Cooper Keefe, number 1187. You guys are on deck, group 5. Group number 6 can come on down to the arena. That would be Callie Cox with number 680.
And this is group number 4 of 8 market barrows, 261 to 271 pounds out here in the show ring now.
Trinity Mickle, number 654. Heath Larson, number 699. And Talon Tobias, number 651.
Thanks for joining us today, folks. Again, we're live on the St. Hills Express YouTube and Facebook pages. Obviously, both are options. YouTube, a slightly better option. We can only stream in 720p on Facebook. We can stream at 1080p on YouTube, so it's a little bit better viewing experience. You can watch on your phone easily on Facebook, YouTube as well, but if you have the YouTube app for your television, you can pull that up full screen as well, and it does have that slightly higher quality. So those of you watching on Facebook, if you want to switch to YouTube later, maybe on a bigger screen or something like that, do keep that in mind. We stream at 1080p on YouTube and just 720 on Facebook, as that is the dimension that they allow us up to. Group 4 market barrows down out there right now. Still very ahead of the 10 o'clock hour. Very comfortable here at the Custer County Fairgrounds. It's 82 degrees at the moment. Again, the forecast that I'm looking at is calling for a high of 97 between the 4 and 5 o'clock hour. Now, here in the show ring, we might be done by that time, but that will be about the time that people will start going to the free pit barbecue on the west end of the grandstands here on the Custer County Fairgrounds. So, something to keep in mind. Certainly bring your coolest clothes to enjoy that free pit barbecue. Saw the guys out there yesterday. I drove by, and they were tending to that barbecue in the pits over there already. They had a camper over there ready to continue to monitor things overnight as well to make tons and tons of meat for one of the biggest free barbecues around. Of course, after that free pit barbecue, which starts at 5:30 tonight, they are going to have the Custer County Classic bull riding, also a ton of fun. During that free pit barbecue, when you finish up your meal, make sure you look for me. I'm the tall guy that'll be walking around in a KBBN t-shirt. I'll be handing out dilly bars, and I'll be trying to hand them out fast, straight out of the freezers from Lines Appliance. I'll be running those boxes around before those dilly bars melt. So just wave me down.
Evaluate and appreciate for the things that they do well. And the young man here with the chromed up hog is going to go ahead and win this particular class. And I think that one, again, is just one that's plenty opened up, especially as we're getting into these heavier weights. Still plenty fresh, sits down really square. Love that one on the drive when he can get his neck cranked in the air. Really productive in his center skeleton and just profiles really nicely from the side. Now the one that's going to come second is this young lady's red barrow, and I really love this one in terms of just length and extension. I think that one probably outperforms our class winner in terms of having some extra extension pushed ahead of his blade. Really long and level spined and level hips kind of hog. It's just off either end. That one does get a notch base narrow. Wish he was a little bit softer and more pliable in his center body, but really like that one from the side. Young lady that's going to go ahead and come third, again, I think has one that's plenty lean and fresh in terms of muscularity. Probably structurally, we'd like to rearrange that one ever so slightly, dial him back in the angle to his blade, and set those hind two just a little bit square as he goes away from me, but I appreciate that one for genuine muscle and shape. The young man that's going to go ahead and be a fourth in this particular class, I think, is one that he's got a really stout hog. That's a tough jaw, stout skull, big foot and bone kind of pig. Just a little bit disappointing off either end. That pig gets pretty narrow hitting the surface. Wish he had some genuine, more true shape and muscularity up high. But again, appreciate that one for some extra foot and bone and feature in that regard. And the two young ladies that are going to go ahead and round out this class, I think, have two hogs that are really productive, really pliable in terms of their center body, just to probably getting a little bit past their prime in terms of weight and level of shape that they have up high. But really good job to those guys. Give them a big hand.
So your first purple in that group was Ty Valdez, and second purple, Kelly Cox. Now coming into the ring be group number 5, Market Barrows, weighing 273 to 276 pounds. Heston Scott, number 709. Bodell Larson, number 703. Rafe Larson, number 702. Tylee Hendricks, number 717. Rexton Meyer, number 667. Mitchell, number 652. And Cooper Keefe, number 1187. You guys are group number 5 coming into the ring. Group number 6 is on deck, and that's Callie Cox with number 683. Otto Petrick, number 726. Jameson Harder, number 677. Trinity Mickle, number 654. Heath Larson, number 699. And Taylor Bias, 65143.
Okay, he was trying to announce it there. His microphone is failing him again, so I'll just let you know who's out there right now. Group 5, Heston Scott, Bodell Larson, Rafe Larson, Tidley Hendricks, Rexton Myers, Trinity Mickle, and Cooper Keefe, all out there in group number 5 of Market Barrows at this very moment. Again, we've got 8 groups of Market Barrows going all the way up to 332 pounds. This particular group is 273 to 276 pounds. After we determine the champion and reserve champion barrel, we will have market gilts. There are 5 groups of those. We'll determine the champion and reserve there before moving on to overall and reserve champion market swine before the breeding swine show. Whether you're protecting your home, vehicles, farm, business, or your family's future, the team at Justin Thompson Agency, Inc. and American Family Insurance is here to help find the protection that fits your needs with local service you can count on. They are proud to support the Custer County Fair and wish all the exhibitors, families, and fairgoers a safe and successful week. Thank you to Nebraska State Bank, proud to be your local bank, serving the area since 1918. With 4 convenient locations in Callaway, Myrna, and Broken Bow, they have your financial service needs covered. Stop by any location today to get set up with free checking for your personal or business needs. Again, the judge working through group number 5, Market Barrows, right now to determine the order of the purples and blues. Top out of this group will come back and compete against the other top barrows that we've seen so far and will see here soon to determine a champion and reserve champion in barrows.
top end that are kind of fun to sort through. And, for me, when it comes down to evaluating these market hogs, I'm just trying to decide if they have enough muscle, because that's priority number one. And then from there, I can kind of get picky and choosy on some structure and skeleton. And that's kind of what this pair presents me, because I do think the young lady that's going to go ahead and win here is with the chromed up hog. And I think that one certainly has enough, but I probably prefer that one on the drop. I think that one's just a notch longer in terms of the length ahead of his blade, longer spine, and a little bit leveler right out of his hip. I like that one from the side. Maybe we'd probably like to pull that one apart ever so slightly, especially there in his ham-loin junction, wants to get a little bit pinched. But I think when the young lady can get him driving up and across the ring, really one that I appreciate just in terms of kind of completing that package for me. There's nothing to take away from the young lady there on the far side of the ring, the blue hipped barrow, because I think that one, first impression, is really, really bold body. Really opened up, incredibly stout when he hits the ground. Just skeletally, probably that one gets a little bit, for lack of better words, just kind of short-bodied, one that I'd like to give him a little bit more extension ahead of his blade, longer and leveler out of his hip to really get him to get into motion a little bit freer, but appreciate that one for just true pounds of product. The young lady here, kind of flash belted hog, is going to go ahead and be third, and I think that one, it just kind of ran into two heavier muscled hogs up top, because that one's plenty fresh. Has enough, probably going away is where that hog gets me. He wants to kind of get pinched there at the surface and needs to set down square in his rear too, but one that still has plenty of pounds, really soft centered in terms of his center skeleton. Probably where the young man blue hog gets beat is I think that one is really long and level spine. Appreciate that one in motion, probably over our third place hog, just from the side. Gets a little bit drier centered, a little bit flatter muscled. Wish that one had a little bit more shape and just man that's going to go ahead next, I think, is one that was kind of the three of these pigs here were a little bit of a tough decision for me. Some differences and choices I had to make. I think, grand scheme of things, this one just fell short in terms of
All right, she was having mic problems again. She'll switch, and
final two hogs
hopefully
in
they
this
get that figured out. And it is still
the one that's gonna come
clipping
next, I
quite a
think,
bit.
is
That
one
is,
I do appreciate for having
it's not a
some extra
battery
feet.
issue. They're just having trouble
Extension
getting
there.
the connection
Maybe
over
just
all the way across over to the other side where the receiver is. They've just got to find a way to get a better connection to their receivers over there in the other room, which just happens to be all the way across where the office is, and it's also behind a steel wall, so tough for those to get the reception that they need to work well. That does round out group number 5 of Market Barrows. Let's talk about them. First out of that group was Trinity Mickle. Second to Tylee Hendricks. Third was Bodell Larson. And fourth, Rafe Larson out of that group, Market Barrows group number 5. That'll bring in group number 6, Market Barrows, 278 to 285 pounds. Callie Cox, Otto Petrick, Aaliyah Harder, Jamison Harder, Trinity Mickle, Heath Larson, and Talon Tobias, all competing here with their Market Barrows. Group number 6 of 8, 278 to 285 pounds, are now in the show ring.
Olson, number 6, 8, and 5. Till McConnell. Otto Patriot, number 7, 26. Trinity Pickle, number 654. Heath Larson, 6. You're currently in the ring. On deck, we have 7 is on deck. Let's try this one. Group number 7, you're on deck. Connor Paulson, number 685. Till McConnell, number 706. Otto Petrick, number 725. Tylee Hendricks, number 718. Kelly Cox, number 682. And Heath Larson, number 700. You guys are currently on deck. Group number 8 can go ahead and come on down to the arena. Group number 8 will be Dason Hendricks, number 722. Tannen Bader, number 662. Odell Larson, number 704. Connor Paulson, number 686. Tannen Bader, number 727. Sean Johnson, number 707. And Dason Hendricks, number 721. Group number 8, you can go ahead and come on down to the arena.
Really fun set to sort through here. It's always fun when they start getting closer to probably some of those more market-ready weights. And certainly quality is still there. And the young lady here towards the far end of the ring is going to go ahead and win this class and did so pretty quickly. I think that one just combined so much muscularity and power onto a really sound skeleton. I think it's awfully impressive. That hog is able to be so opened up, blade to hip, sit down plenty square on the drive. The young lady does an outstanding job getting that one shown. Really appreciate that one from the side. High quality one to go ahead and start. It gets a little bit closer here for me in 2 and 3, and I took some time with that decision, but I do think that the bear here in the center of the ring is probably going to go ahead and match my class winner just a little bit better in terms of just stoutness and power. I think from a muscle perspective, that one has enough. Probably would like to rearrange some skeletal things on that one, especially as he drives out of the ring. Wish he was a little bit square and more direct in the way that he set down on his rear too, because that's where I love this young lady's red hog. I think that one is so cool from the side, really extended, really long spine, so dead level out of his hip. It's just when I think of muscle, I think go ahead, it probably goes ahead and goes third in this class just because the two ahead probably paired up a little bit better. But I love the structure on that hog. I think that one is really unique in the way that it's built, kind of just floats around the rings. Congratulations to you. A young man that's going to go ahead and be fourth is one that's got plenty of stoutness and power. Probably just doesn't have the shape that we need today. That one's probably getting a little bit heavier finish there, and wish that one probably was a little bit squarer at the surface, set down a little bit wider to match what he has up top, but a nice one to go ahead and sit fourth. Young man that's going to go ahead and be fifth is probably similar to our fourth place in terms of having one that's plenty pulled apart, maybe a little bit frailer in the way that that hog sits down to the surface. And probably structurally is where I get a little bit more concerned on that pig. Wish we could level out his top line ever so slightly and square him up in his hip. And the young man that's going to round out this particular class, I think, has one that's plenty practical and productive, really soft center type of hog. Just, again, needs to be a little bit fresher and have a little bit more true shape to get up any higher. But really good job to these guys. Please give them a big hand.
All right, so first out of that group, Talon Tobias. Second out of that group was Trinity Mickle. That'll bring forward Group 7 of Market Barrows. This is Group 7 of 8. Connor Paulson, Tel McConnell, Otto Petrick, Tylee Hendricks, Talon Tobias, Callie Cox, and Heath Larson. That is group number 7 of Market Barrows coming into the show ring right now. Seven of them, and then there will be 7 in the final group as well. And then we will determine our champion and reserve champion after that.
Right now we have Connor Paulson, number 685, Tel McConnell, number 706, Otto Petrick, number 725, Tylee Hendricks, number 718, Callie Cox, number 682, and Heath Larson, number 700. On deck is group number 8, Dason Hendricks, number 722, Tannen Bader, number 662, Bodell Larson, number 704, Connor Paulson, number 686, Tannen Bader, number 727, Sean Johnson, number 707, and Dason Hendricks, number 721. That's Group 8 on deck.
While we have a moment, we want to thank Healing Hearts and Families, where they work to educate the public by implementing a variety of outreach activities and public education programs to increase awareness of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and bullying. Keep listening for information about how to donate to and attend their upcoming gala, which is this fall. Thank you as well to Sargent Irrigation. With 9 locations in Nebraska and Iowa, they're proud to serve your well drilling and pumping needs. You can find them online or on Facebook. They are proud of all the participants who work so hard towards fair. getting her favorites all aside here, and then we will hear from the judge here shortly. Kathy and Terry, thanks for tuning in, watching from Omaha, they said. We'll hear from our judge.
There's a pair of them out here to start this class that I think probably just do a quick muscle sort on the two of them. I appreciate them both in terms of having a lot of genuine true muscle and fresh shape. The young lady here in front of me is going to go ahead and win, though. I just think that her hog probably takes that just to a notch higher degree. I think in terms of skeleton, they both probably have things I'd like to correct. The hog that's going to win this particular class, wish I could square him up ever so slightly in the way that he plants down at the surface, but one that I think is really practical and has a lot of turn to his upper and lower portions of his rib. Because the young ladies that's going to come second is one that, you know, probably is a little bit squarer from behind, but from a top line perspective, I wish that one was just a little bit leveler, wants to get a little easy there directly behind his blade, but one that I still think has plenty enough muscle to stay second in the top end of this class. The young man here with the red hog's going to go ahead and be third in this particular division, and this was one that I probably had to study a little bit longer to appreciate, because I think that one, when you really get on top of that hog, really does have a lot of genuine turn to the upper portions of his rib, but more so to the lower portions of his rib, and that's probably where he beats the young man there in fourth. Structurally, I probably would like to adjust this pig and dial him back in his angles, set him down a little bit more comfortable at the surface so that he could get around the ring with a little bit more ease and flexibility, but one that I think just in terms of turn and boldness of rib is one that I like. The young man that's going to go ahead and sit fourth is kind of a hard one for me, because I do really like that pig from the side especially. The young man's doing an outstanding job getting that one elevated, really heads up kind of hog. It's just when I get directly on top of that pig, I get a little bit disappointed. He gets a little bit flatter and more concave in his forerib, and then starts to funnel to his base. And so I really wish we could pull that one apart, but really appreciate that one just in terms of the way he gets around and drives the ring. Young man with the all-white hog coming out here next, I think, is one that's really bold-bodied, plenty of just true pig there. I think just in terms of shape, we fall out a little bit. Wish, especially as that hog was going away, we just had a little bit more genuine turn and muscularity. Similar with the young man here in fourth, I think that one's plenty productive, plenty bold-bodied. Just needs a little bit more shape, a little bit more turn of muscle. Maybe we'd like to set that one down just a little bit squarer at the surface. But really good job to that young man for getting that one shown. Congratulations to all these kids.
All right, so recapping the top four in that Group 7 of Market Barrows, 286 to 298 pounds. Coming first out of that group was shown by Tylee Hendricks, 291-pound pig. Group 2, Callie Cox, in second, Callie Cox. Third out of that group, Heath Larson. Fourth, Connor Paulson. So group number 8 coming out. This is our final group. These pigs weigh from 300 to 332 pounds. Dason Hendricks, Tannen Bader, Bodell Larson, Connor Paulson, Tannen Bader, Sean Johnson, and Dason Hendricks, all showing in this group out here. This is Group 8 of Market Barrows, 300 to 332 pounds. And you can tell we have taken a step up in size just by looking at these pigs on your screen now. Again, after this, we'll bring out the top in each group, and they will all compete for champion and reserve champion barrow. So we'll prepare for that here coming up very soon. Again, this is our final group of market barrows. Market gilts coming up after we determine a champion and reserve champion in barrows, but not before we determine who is the top in this group. Starting to pull them all aside.
Well, I believe as we're rounding out our market hog or our market barrow division here, at these heavier weights, it's impressive to still find some that have a lot of shape, because you push these pigs so heavy, and that's the first thing that they lose is the ability to have true muscle expression. And I think our class winner and in the second place as well does that to a really high level. And this young man here with the chromed up hog is going to go ahead and win. And I think that one is just really massive in terms of muscle pattern, in terms of foot and bone, just really a wide, pulled apart kind of pig. Now, is that one probably getting a little bit past his prime? Yes, I would say so, but I think still keeps it together well enough today and still circles the ring plenty sound and able to carry that mass pretty well. Young lady that's going to come second, I think, is one that I do really like that pig from this side. Probably just not quite as massive in terms of muscle shape. And also, in addition to that, I really think that one needs picked up in terms of his pastern. Probably that extra weight starting to knock him down ever so slightly there in his front too. But one that I think does have plenty of muscle, plenty of shape to stay up on the top end of this class. Young man with the Duroc's going to go ahead and be third, and I think that's one that, if you've ever been around Duroc breeds, they don't probably have the most shape in the world, and so you kind of have to read past that. And so for that one, I think it actually is a pretty good representation of that breed. He's really sound. I love how that one circles the ring. Is he a little bit narrower and plainer shaped? Yes, but I think the young man's doing a good job. Plenty productive, practical kind of hog. On the opposite end of the spectrum, the young lady that's going to go ahead and be fourth is one that's probably the fresher, leaner designed option as that hog's exiting the ring. For me, though, that one just gets a little bit harsher bodied. Wish she was a little bit more pliable centered and a little bit stouter at the ground to be able to maintain that width to the surface, but a nice one to go ahead and be fourth. The two young ladies that are going to be 5 and 6 in this class today are pretty similar in type and kind. Both of them are plenty sound type of hogs. They don't have any skeletal issues necessarily with the way that they drive. I think just from a muscle perspective, they fall a little bit short. The young lady that's going to be 5th just has a little bit, her hog has a little bit more spread there, blade to hip, probably a little bit more turn compared to the 1 and 6th that just doesn't have quite as much shape, quite as much genuine turn to her lower rib. Young man that's going to go ahead and round out this class has one that's plenty practical, foundationally a functional hog, one that's got plenty of product, probably just doesn't have the width and dimension as the ones above. Wish that one was a little bit more pulled apart at top to bottom and just had a little bit more shape and turn to his lower body and center skeleton, but a really nice project for that young man. Congratulations to all these kids.
Okay, so we're going to bring back the first purples now. Get the champion.
Okay, so first purple out of that group was Connor Paulson.
Hog number 691. Miles Babcock with number 1156. Miles Babcock with number 1155. Ty Valdez with number 1180. Trinity Mickle with number 652. Taylin Tobias with number 651. Tylee Hendricks with number 718. And Connor Paulson with number 686. I'd like to thank David J. Burney for fixing the microphones. Thank you, David J. KCNI, KBBN.
All right. Mike just gave Dave a shout out for fixing the microphones. So we thought, I don't know. I thought it was a connection issue to the receiver. I don't know if that, I haven't had a chance to talk to Dave, but he went over and gave it a shot to try to fix it, and sounds like it worked. Thanks for the shout out, Mike. And that'll serve us well over the next few days, that is for sure.
We got one more coming into the ring yet.
All right. So you heard him announce that that was the, this is the championship drive in Barrows right now. The top from each of the 8 groups is going to be coming out there.
We're going to go ahead and
So I would imagine this is going to be a pretty tough decision. So the judge is going to take a really good look here in this championship drive. Again, we're determining the champion barrow and reserve champion barrow here with this decision right now. She had a lot of good things to say about many of these pigs, so I'd imagine it's going to be pretty tough. Okay, I think we'll hear from our judge here shortly and determine who has our champion barrow today. While we're waiting to hear from her, let's thank Central Nebraska Diesel. Reinke is built durable and reliable, high-strength steel, superior engineering, and an industry-leading 10-year warranty on gearboxes. Contact Colton and find out for yourself.
Set of pigs and a really outstanding set of kids. A lot of quality circling this ring right now, and it makes my job fun, but a little bit challenging, and so I get the opportunity to probably do some sorting and maybe make some personal preference decisions, and that's the fun part about showing livestock and the fun part about evaluating livestock, is it does tend to be a subjective sport. And so I guess I'll just kind of go through pretty quick on, the basics of what I sort towards in market hogs is obviously they have to have muscle first. That's primarily the main point of these deals, right? Regardless of how much they get shown, they ultimately will all be hanging in a cooler at the end of their life, and so muscle is obviously our number one priority, but also keeping in mind that they got to be lean. We don't want fat pigs. We want lean designed hogs who have a lot of shape. But, you know, when you get in a ring like this with this much quality, every single pig in here has enough muscle. And so that's why it's fun, because I get to go ahead and start sorting towards some extras in terms of skeleton, design, how do they drive across the ring, which one has the most foot and bone, which one profiles the coolest from the side. And so it makes it a really fun time, and these guys are doing a really, really nice job getting these pigs shown. There's one hog out here that's hit me pretty hard all morning, one that I just think combines muscularity, skeletal quality, and extra feature to a really high level, one that I think could be competitive along down the road, and just a really special kind of hog that's hard to make. So the young lady right here is going to go ahead and be your grand.
And that was Talon Tobias. So they're going to bring in the second place hog from Talon's group, which was shown by Trinity Mickle, I believe is what they will do, if I have come to understand things.
Trinity Mickle's pig number.
Okay.
What was that again? Okay.
I've learned a little
654
bit
back,
over
please.
the years of covering the Custer County Fair up here. So they're going to bring in Trinity Mickle's pig, and then they will judge it against the others to determine a reserve champion. But congratulations to Talon Tobias.
Reserve, and certainly probably spent more of my time making that decision here towards the end, but I do think that there's a pig out here that's just probably the next best in terms of combining a lot of true muscle and power onto a sound enough skeleton. I think one that still has a lot of extra feature, cool parts and pieces. Young man here towards the end of the ring will be your reserve.
And that was Ty Valdez. So Talon Tobias had the champion barrel, and Ty Valdez
So your
with the reserve
barrow,
champion barrel.
Talon Tobias, and reserve champion barrow, Ty Valdez.
That'll move us on to market gilts. 132 to 218 pounds. First group preparing to come out. There are 5 groups. This first group has 3 entries. Darby Dalby, Miles Valdez, and Kinley Keefe. Again, this area you're seeing right now is the area where they prepare and get ready to come into the show ring. Show ring is just off the right-hand side of your screen there. Up in the top right-hand part of your screen, you see the sponsors that have joined us for video coverage from the 2026 Custer County Fair. Some of them are also helping us with radio coverage. Dave has a lot of interviews he's been conducting that are playing all throughout the fair on KCNI Pure Country. So if you want to check those out alongside the awesome Pure Country music that you love, tune to KCNI on 96.3 FM, 1280 AM, KCNI1280.com, and the free KCNI app. Would love to have you listening along there. Again, this is group number 1 Market Gilts out here right now, 132 to 218 pounds. Darby Dalby, Miles Valdez, and Kinley Keefe all out there representing Sandhills Critters and Middle Loop 4-H clubs. Group 2 of Market Gilts is coming up next with entries there, Connor Paulson, Darby Dalby, Cooper Keefe, and Reagan Fleece. Thank you to Purple Ribbon sponsor, Custer Public Power District. They keep your lights shining bright. Nebraska is still the only state in the U.S. that is served 100% by public power, locally owned and governed by you, Custer Public Power District. And thank you as well to Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers. If you're considering selling your land, now is the time. Contact April Good or John Farley with Lashley Land. Check out lashleyland.com as well.
Lighter weight hogs that certainly probably will be spending some more time on feed, but I think still are fun to evaluate at this stage in the game. The young man here in the center of the ring is going to go ahead and win this particular class, and I think that gilt, just especially now, is so incredibly fresh and expressive in terms of her muscle pattern. I love that one when she gets her head cranked up in the air. You know, skeletally, probably want to change that one a little bit. She gets a little bit outside of her skeleton as she drives away. Maybe not quite as smooth in terms of her top line, but one from a muscle perspective does really well. Young lady's hog over here isn't probably enjoying life super, doesn't seem to be enjoying life a lot right now. But young lady's doing an awesome job keeping her moving and getting her shown. I think that one, when she does cooperate and get out on the drive, I think it winds out really nicely from the side. Probably prefer that one in terms of her structure. Just muscle, from a muscle perspective, she gets a little bit flatter and plainer there in terms of her rib shape, but appreciate that one from the side. The young lady's hog here that's going to go ahead and come third, I think, is one that certainly would love to see stay on feet a little bit longer. Probably has some size difference in this particular class, but I think from a skeletal design perspective, that one has a lot of good, long level spine. Just probably need a little bit more pig there today. Like to open that one up, give her a little bit more pounds, but really nice job to those three. Give them a big hand.
Okay, so first out of that group was Miles Valdez. Second from that group, Kinley Keefe. And third, Darby Dalby. That brings up group number 2, Market Gilts, 230 to 246 pounds. With entries in this group, Connor Paulson, Darby Dalby, Cooper Keefe, and Reagan Fleece. Again, this is group 2 of 5 Market Gilts. These are 230 to 246 pounds coming into the show ring right now.
Group number 2 into the ring, Market Gills. Group number 3 on deck is Regan Babcock with number 1152. Legacy Scott, number 716. Rexton Myers, number 668. Miles Babcock, number 1151. And Jet Kramer, number 647. You guys are currently on deck, group 3. Group number 4, we're going to call you in. Group number 4 being the whole, Tannen Bader, 660. Toby Wells, 690. Heston Scott, 711. Jameson Harder, 676. Dason Hendricks, number 723. And Aaliyah Harder, number 672. You guys are group 4 in the hole.
honestly, because I think until I get to her hip, that's the best pig in this class by some margin. And she is going to go ahead and be the best pig in this class, recognizing she's got a big hind leg problem. Not sure if she's bummed up or if that's just some structure kind of starting to go out on us, but she does push that hock to a point where it's pretty extreme going away. And so just recognizing that, but from that point forward, I really like that gilt. I think she's really put together nicely, really productive, really fresh. Young lady's done an awesome job in terms of her skin and hair. That's a really long level spine kind of hog. Just have some issues there with her hind leg, but a good one to start from a muscle perspective, because the young man's that comes second, it certainly corrects that pig in that regard. Really sound kind of gilt. That one is really tall bladed, long and level spined. Appreciate that one on the drive. Just not quite as opened up, not quite as bold ribbed. It doesn't have as much true pound and product there as the one ahead, but I really appreciate that one from a skeletal perspective. Young lady here with the blue-eyed gilt's going to go ahead and be third, and I think that one maybe corrects even our second place in terms of having a little bit more center body. But you get on top of that one, just not quite as opened up. Needs to have a little bit more true, genuine muscle up high and sit down to the surface, stouter and wider. And similar with the young lady that's going to go ahead and be fourth with the blue-hipped gilt, one that's, again, practical, productive-bodied, just doesn't have the shape and the muscularity as the ones ahead. So nice class to them. Go ahead and give these kids a hand.
So first purple in that group was Cooper Keefe. And second, Connor Paulson. That brings into the ring group number 3, Regan Babcock, number 1152. Legacy Scott, 716. Rexton Myers, number 668. Miles Babcock, number 1151. And Jet Kramer, number 647. You guys are currently in the ring. On deck is group number 4, Tannen Bader, number 660. Kobe Wells, number 690. Heston Scott, number 711. Jamison Harder, number 676. Dason Hendricks, number 723. Aaliyah Harder, number 672. You guys are currently on deck. Group number 5 in the hole, Kobe Wells, number 692. Tally Horkey, number 1368. Taylin Tobias, number 651146. Tylee Hendricks, number 719. Jamison Harder, number 675. Riata Thomas, number 666. You guys are currently in the hole.
Again, this is group number 3 of Market Gilts. We'll hear from our judge now.
Here at the top end of this class, and I think there's a lot of similarities between these two pigs. Young lady here in the middle of the ring is going to go ahead and win, and I think that one is just one that combines so much muscle and power onto a really, really attractive skeleton. I think that's probably where she outperforms the one in second, is she does keep them a notch square going away. Maybe the one in second is a tick more pulled apart up high, but from the profile, I just couldn't get past that gilt there. She just kind of effortlessly floats around the ring. The young lady's doing a really nice job getting that one shown. Really has nice proportions, long level spine. Appreciate that one and the way that she just kind of puts it all together. Because the young man's hog that's going to go ahead and be second, like I said, may have just a notch more muscularity and power, maybe just a notch stouter at the surface, but I think it comes at a cost because he gets a little bit uncoordinated there on his rear too. Maybe just doesn't quite blend as well straight out of his blade and into his hip compared to our class winner. But again, very close pair. Love both of those hogs quite a bit. The young man here to my left is going to go ahead and be third, and I think that's one that is a gilt that just has a lot of true muscle and power, plenty of shape, really productive. Just probably doesn't have quite the extras in terms of her skeleton as our class winners. Probably would like to rearrange her in a couple areas and make her a little bit more relaxed out in motion, but one from a practical perspective has plenty of muscle and plenty of shape to her. Young lady here, closer to you guys, will go ahead and be fourth, and I think that pig is one that is really attractive in terms of her skeleton, really long, level spine, really level out of her hip. Maybe just off either end, that pig just gets a little bit too base narrow today. Ran into a couple hogs up top that just have more muscle than that pig does, but that one is one that I really appreciate again from the side in terms of the way she gets around the ring. The young man that's going to go ahead and round out our class, again, has a gilt that's really productive, probably one of the softer-bodied hogs in the class, even compared to our fourth place as well. Just a little bit too plain-shaped. Wish that one was a little bit more creased up in terms of her muscularity, but the young man's doing an awesome job getting her shown, and one that I appreciate from the side as well. So congratulations to those guys. Give them a big hand.
So first in that group, Reagan Babcock. Second, Miles Babcock. Third in that group, Jack Kramer. Fourth, Legacy Scott. And coming in fifth, Rexton Myers. That brings out group number 4 of Market Gilts, 268 to 280 pounds. Tannen Bader, Kobe Wells, Heston Scott, Jamison Harder, and Dason Hendricks, all coming in as a part of group number 4, Market Gilts, 268 to 280 pounds. Group 4 of 5 for Market Gilts are in the show ring now. Appreciate the comment from YouTube. Says, love the update bar at the bottom. Yes, I think it was a couple of years ago I started doing that. Didn't have that initially at the beginning, but I think that's pretty handy for people to swing by and see at a glance what has happened so far in the show ring. Appreciate that nice comment. Janelle is watching from Kennard. Says, good luck to the Delaney boys. Janelle, that's from my old stomping grounds. I went to Arlington High School. Obviously, all the kids there in Kennard go to Arlington as well. I guess they could go up the road to Blair as well. But, yeah, spent a lot of time in Kennard. Again, I think our winner so far, we had a viewer earlier today check in, say that they were watching from Sierra Leone, Africa. And I think they were viewing last year as well and ended up taking the crown for furthest viewer away. But we so appreciate each and every one of you choosing to keep up with the Custer County Fair and what's happening here in the Farm Bureau covered arena with us here on the Sandhills Express YouTube and Facebook pages. If you've not already, we would appreciate your subscription on YouTube. Just click that subscribe button. We've got a busy fall ahead. Plenty of volleyball we'll be broadcasting. Some football maybe once we get to the postseason. And then we've got basketball and wrestling that we video stream as well in the winter season. And then we do random live streams and things like that as well. as the Custer County Fair, which we started during COVID. I think 2020 was our first year, and for 6 years now we've been doing this video stream so that you can keep up with everything that's going on, whether you're watching from a distance or maybe you're just trying to be strategic on when you take your dive into the heat that is expected here the next 3 days. I pray that we're bringing you coverage that you see as good enough that you're able to really know what's going on without coming out and risking your health if you can't be out in heat like we're expecting. That's what we're here for. And that's what the sponsors on the top right-hand part of your screen are making available to you. Thank you to each and every single one of them. Again, this is Group 4, Market Gilts, 268 to 280 pounds, Tannen Bader, Kobe Wells, Heston Scott, Jameson Harder, and Dason Hendricks all out there. We'll then have Group 5 of Market Gilts before we determine a champion and a reserve champion gilt.
Go ahead and win this class, and I think it doesn't take a whole lot of a trained eye to see that that gilt is chocked full of muscle, really round and bold in terms of her upper and lower rib shape, plenty of just true shape up high, and carries that down to her lower body as well. And would I like to change that one in terms of her skeleton? Yes, I think she's pretty rocked forward in the angle to her blade, and gets a little bit restricted there out of her rear too, but just from a true product and muscle perspective, that one takes the cake pretty quickly in this class. The young man coming towards me here with the chromed up gilt is going to go ahead and be second, and I think that one is another one that I probably actually prefer in terms of her skeleton compared to her class winner. I think she's definitely a little bit more comfortable and flexible out in motion. Just maybe get on top of that one, not quite as bold and massive in terms of her rib shape. Just need to pull her apart ever so slightly probably to compete with our class winner, but from this side I really appreciate that gilt. Young man's predominantly white gilt there in the corner is going to go ahead and be third. And I think, again, another one that I think floats around the ring, plenty flexible. Really appreciate that one in terms of her skeleton. And from the side, just gets a little bit disappointing when you get off either end of her. She wants to funnel to the base of her forerib and funnel to the surface. And so she just needs to have a little bit more true power and dimension to get any higher. But appreciate that one in terms of her flexibility. Other end of the spectrum here, we probably have one that maybe is a notch more robust and round in terms of her rib shape. Appreciate that one up high. It's just when you get her in motion that I start to have some issues with that gilt. I think in terms of her skeleton, she too needs to be relaxed in her angles so that she could get out and travel just a little bit freer. But again, I like that one in terms of muscle. Young ladies gilt that's going to come next. The blue hip gilt is one, plenty practical, really probably competes with the one ahead of her in terms of her center skeleton, very pliable, just not as shapely and as expressive as we'd probably like to see her today, maybe pushing a little bit in terms of maturity, but one that the young lady's doing an outstanding job getting shown. And same thing here to round out our class. I think this is one that there's a lot of pig there, really opened up, cracked open kind of gilt, just doesn't have the shape and the power. True muscularity probably as the ones ahead. Wants to funnel to her base a little bit too much. But two young ladies doing an outstanding job showing their projects. Please give them a big hand.
All right, so that'll bring up group number 6. They'll be leaving that area, and you can see them leaving the area off to the left of the show ring on your screen. Group 5, 285 to 294 pounds. Kobe Wells, Tally Horkey, Taylon Tobias, Tylee Hendricks, and Jameson Harder, as well as Riata Thomas, all coming in. This will be our final group before we determine a champion and reserve champion, Market Gilt. And thank you to Viera Wireless. Big shout out to them for helping us with our internet connection here for the Custer County Fair again this year. We're streaming at 30 frames per second, folks, and that means you send basically a picture of what's coming through the camera. Every second you're sending 30 of those frames. That's what that means. And we've now been live for just over 3 hours, so however many seconds that is, times 30 is how many frames we have sent. Viero Internet has made it so that we have not skipped one single frame. That is awesome. And it's because of that stable connection from Viera Wireless that we are able to be here streaming from the Custer County Fair for you. So thank you to Viera Wireless for their support.
As we round out the market gilt division, I think certainly doesn't come with a lack of quality, and there's two of them in here that I had to make some decisions probably on a few sorting opportunities. And so the young man here with the chromed up gilt's going to go ahead and win this particular division, and I think to be just completely transparent, I think that one's just a little bit more genuine probably in terms of his muscle or her muscle shape. You know, both of them really hit you pretty hard in terms of having enough muscle. I just think you get on top of that one and really study his upper and lower rib shape, probably just a little bit more consistent in terms of maintaining that boldness, that roundness that we're looking for. And past that, I really appreciate how that gilt motors around the ring. Certainly a heavyweight gilt, but handles it well on a good enough skeleton. And so probably where I start to gravitate towards the young lady's gilt here in second is I love this one's extra parts and pieces. I think in terms of just having some extra foot and bone and feature and a really cool look from the side, I like that a lot about this gilt. It's just when you get off either end of her and really start to break down some muscularity differences, that gilt probably isn't quite as genuine in terms of her shape. Wants to funnel ever so slightly to her base, and just wish she was a little bit more cracked open there in her lower rib shape. But one that I still appreciate from the side, I think both of those are a really high quality set of gilt. The young lady here in the middle of the ring is going to go ahead and be third, and I think that's one that's really long and level spined. A lot of extension ahead of her blade. Appreciate that one on the drive. Just probably doesn't compare from a muscle perspective. You get on top of her, she gets a little bit flatter and plainer there in her rib shape, but appreciate that one when she gets out and goes. The young man here is going to go ahead and be fourth, and I think that's one that there's a lot of pig there. I think that's a pretty bold-bodied kind of gilt. Just breaking her down, though, probably not quite as expressive in terms of her rib shape. Gets a little bit narrower at the surface, and wish we could set her down onto a stouter foot and bone to kind of balance her up. But young man's doing an awesome job with that one. And the two young ladies here are going to go ahead and round out this particular class. The young lady coming out here in fifth, I think, is one that has a hog that's really flexible in motion. I love that one when she gets him out or gets her out and goes. Really long, level spine kind of hog, plenty square at the surface. Just probably not quite as shapely or expressive as the ones ahead. And similar situation with the young lady here in sixth. I think that pig, again, is really pulled apart, really bold. Just not enough true lean muscle expression in that pig. But nice job to all those kids.
Hey, so first in that group, Jacoby Wells. Second in that group, Talon Tobias. Third, Tylee Hendricks. Fourth, Jameson Harder. Fifth, Tally Horkey. And sixth, Riata Thomas. So now it's time to determine a champion and reserve champion in market gilt. So I'll give you the rundown of the first from each of our groups that is going to be coming out competing for that honor. From group number 1, Miles Valdez with a 186-pound pig. From group 2, Cooper Keefe with a 242-pound pig. From group 3, Reagan Babcock with a 251-pound pig. From group number 4, Kobe Wells with a 272-pound pig. And from Group 5, Kobe Wells as well with a 285-pound pig. Again, we are determining a champion and reserve champion, Market Gilt. And then we will bring in the Barrows and compete with the Gilts to determine an overall and overall reserve champion, Market Swine. That's where we sit right now. And those 5 that I just announced to you are the 5 that are going to be coming out here and competing for a champion or reserve champion spot, Market Gilt.
It back out here to the Grand Gilt Drive. I think certainly numbers were smaller in the Gilt division, but I think the quality stayed up, which is so awesome to see, and a lot of really good pigs out here, and a lot of differences too, which made it fun to sort through. And so I think when it comes down to picking a Grand Gilt, there's probably one out here that I've liked since she came in the class, and I think this gilt just really is maybe not necessarily the heaviest muscled gilt out here, but I do think that this hog probably combines that onto the most attractive skeleton and just paints the neatest picture from the side, and really just, again, just speaks a lot of true show pig quality and puts it all together for me today. So I'll go ahead and select your grand. I believe we'll bring in the second from that class, and then we will select your reserve.
So Reagan Babcock with the champion, Market Gilt. So in from group number 3 will be Miles Babcock, who came in second in that group earlier on today. He'll have an opportunity to compete to be reserved.
To bring back hog number 1151, please.
I think, yep, they called for him and he's out there already, so we're good to go. Time to determine our reserve champion. And we've seen it before where the champion and reserve can come out of the same group. That's certainly what Miles would like to see happen. He's given the judge a real good look at his gilt there.
When it comes to reserve, it does get pretty close for me between 2 hogs out here, and I think I either get to decide with the bolder bodied, more opened up, maybe heavier muscled hog out here, or I get to choose the fresher one that's probably a little bit more creased up, maybe a little bit more appropriate in terms of just maturity today. And so that's ultimately what I'm going to go ahead and side with. I paired them up in class. They'll stay paired up out here.
Well, and what we were talking about might happen just did happen. Reagan Babcock first from her group and champion, and Miles Babcock second in that same group, and comes in and is named reserve champion. So congratulations to
So your
Reagan and
champion,
Miles
Margaret
Babcock.
Gilt, and I apologize, I've been saying Reagan all along, but it's Reagan Babcock, champion Margaret Gilt. And your reserve champion, Margaret Gilt, is Miles Babcock. So they're keeping it in the family there at the Babcock household. Down to the overall grand champion, Margaret Swine, and overall reserve champion, Margaret Swine. I'd like to thank Custer County Farm Bureau Federation for sponsoring the banner on the champion Margaret Gilt. So thank you, Custer County Farm Bureau Federation. The people with the breeding swine, if they want to come down from their, come down to the arena. I think there's plenty of room over there at the moment.
So these are only champions and reserve champions out here right now. Champion Margaret Gilt, Reagan Babcock. Reserve champion Margaret Gilt, Miles Babcock. We just heard them named. Champion barrel was Jalen Tobias, and having the reserve champion barrel Ty Valdez. So those are the four that are out there currently in front of the judge on your screen. After this, we will have breeding swine. Small show there on the breeding swine before we wrap up the 4-H side of the swine show. We'll then move on to the FFA side of things. Later on this afternoon, we'll have sheep.
Well, as we go ahead and select the Grand and Reserve Market Hog, I'd ask that you guys please put your hands together for a big round of applause. Really a lot of quality and a lot of depth in this Market Hog show today, and it's been fun to sort through. And so I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity. But I do want to talk to you four out here now, and anybody else that maybe didn't quite make it back in here. But I've been very impressed by all of you guys and your skill sets. And it's very clear that there's been a lot of time and effort put into these projects. And so I just encourage you that regardless of where you're at in your show career or what you're planning on doing down the road, just never quit learning. I think that's the biggest mistake anybody can make. And anything that you guys do is you decide that you've learned it all and maybe don't want to make the effort to continue to get better. And so that would just be my encouragement for you guys. And again, anybody ringside, regardless of where you're at in life, never stop learning. You can always learn something. Even in the most terrible situations you find yourself in, there's always something to be learned. So thank you again. I really appreciate the opportunity to come out here and do these shows today. As far as picking a champion in reserve, it does get really close. I think there's two hogs out here that probably probably just, again, for me, combine that muscle and skeleton to a really high level. One probably does so just from a muscle perspective a notch better than our reserve. But again, two hogs that I really appreciate in terms of their skeletal design. A lot of really cool features in those pigs that are hard to make. So I'll go ahead and set this mic down and select your grand and reserve. Big hand for these four. Congratulations.
Okay, so we'll see who the champion overall and reserve champion are. There, just to the very top portion of your screen was your champion being named. That was Talon Tobias, and your reserve champion, Reagan Babcock, right there. Congratulations to those two. Overall grand champion Market Swine and overall reserve champion Market Swine. Had the Barrow be the champion and the reserve was the Gilt.
So your overall grand champion, Market Swine, Talon Tobias. Overall reserve champion, Market Swine, Reagan Babcock. Congratulations, everybody involved.
Okay, they're now going to move on to breeding swine. I think they've been getting things ready over off of the left of the show ring for that. Ty Valdez and Talon Tobias are going to be in this first group, dark breed, February 2026 and later in breeding swine. This is the first group of breeding swine coming in here very soon.
We'd like to thank the Casey Tobias family for the banner, the champion Market Hog. We'd like to thank Wayne Lumber Company for the reserve Market Hog. We would like to thank Thomas Livestock for the Carcass Merit, first place, and second place, Carcass Merit, Ty and Tabby Seaver. So thank you all very much for sponsoring those banners.
All right, while we wait on breeding swine to start, we'll just step away for a quick moment and we'll come back with that in a little bit.
Taylin Tobias.
So here is group number 1. Again, we are in breeding swine now. Dark breed, February 2026 and later. Ty Valdez and Taylin Tobias out there right now. And she just indicated Ty Valdez first in the group and Taylin Tobias second.
Well, a really fun pair to sort here to start off the gilt show, and certainly appreciate the quality in these two. The young man with the all-white gilt is going to go ahead and win this class, and I think, it's important to adjust your priorities when you head into a breeding class, and certainly structure is my number one concern, and that gilt completes that box very well for me. I think she's extremely elegant in the way that her skeleton is put together, a really tall-bladed, heads-up kind of gilt that just kind of continues that through a long, level spine, a really level hip, and gets out and drives with a lot of comfortability and ease, and especially as she turns to go, really square in the way she sets him down. Is that one probably a little bit not quite as bold maybe as the second place? Yeah, I would probably appreciate to open that one up ever so slightly, especially in the lower portions of her rib, but I certainly think that gilt has enough, especially for being one of the younger divisions out here. The young lady's chromed up gilt is going to go ahead and be second, and I think that one certainly competes with our class winner in terms of just true muscularity and power. That one's got a lot of genuine rib shape, really productive and opened up in her center skeleton, and hits the surface probably a little bit wider than our class winner. Where I get tripped up on that one, though, is just skeletally probably not quite as free in motion, not quite as flexible as the young lady drives her around the ring. Wish we could just give her a little bit more set there to her hind leg, just to get her to reach out and take a longer stride, but still one that I love in terms of just genuine power and brood gilt character. So congratulations to those two, a nice pair of them.
All right, so again, first in that group, Ty Valdez, second, Taylin Tobias. That'll bring in the second group in breeding swine. Light breed, December 1st, 2025 to January 31st, 2026. Kobe Wells, Kinley Keefe, and Whitley Delaney all coming in here shortly. While we have a moment, we want to thank More of our Purple Ribbon sponsors: Pioneer Seed, Monty Harmsmeyer and Sargent, Mike and Justin Bailey and Ansley, and Larry Leapart and Lacey Hopp of Anselmo. They are your Pioneer Seed reps of the area. Contact Monty, Mike and Justin, or Larry and Lacey to see what Pioneer Seed can do for your fields. Thank you as well to Full Circle Irrigation. Talk to Todd Wardeen at their office in Litchfield or Broken Bow for all your irrigation parts, technology, and service needs. They are your local Valley dealer. And thank you to Lines Appliance, where they offer competitive pricing on all appliances, and they're ready to price match if you find a better deal. Don't waste your time or gas driving out of town. Support local and support those who support our community. Thank you for doing just that. Lines Appliance, for bringing coverage of the Custer County Fair 2026 to your phones, tablets, and televisions, computers as well.
Ladies, blue mask gilt here is going to go ahead and win this class, and I think this gilt really hits me hard, especially in the front 1/3 of her skeleton as well. I think that one's really unique in the way that her neck lays into her blade. I love how comfortable and relaxed she is, and kind of a taller bladed gilt that eases really nicely into her long level spine and level hip. Where I have a little bit of an issue with this gilt is she gets a little bit concerning probably on her hind two. She's starting to push that right rear hock ever so slightly. And so that's probably the concern I have with that one. But just in terms of true body shape, really broody, opened up kind of gilt that I like to win. The young man's is going to go ahead and be second, probably on the opposite end of the spectrum. Wish I could dial that one back in terms of her blade angle. That's probably where I don't like that hog, but it's blade back where I really appreciate that one, because I think she's incredibly square in the way she sets him down. Maybe not quite as cracked open at the surface, which lends to her being able to set him down square, but another gilt that's got a lot of true muscle and power. Certainly going to be a nice project for the young man. Young man that's going to go ahead and round out this class, I think probably wins in terms of having the most fun out here. He told me he loves to show, and I think that's awesome. Really nice practical female he's got. I think that one's plenty sound, plenty flexible. Probably just doesn't have quite the extra foot and bone as the two ahead. I like to crack that one open ever so slightly, just give her a little bit more center body, but a really nice set of them. Congratulations to those kiddos.
First purple in that group, Kinley Keefe, and second, Kobe Wells. Dark breed group number, well, I guess group 1 of the dark breed. Coming in, Jamison Harder, number 678. Tell McConnell, number 705. Jet Kramer, number 648. Cooper Keefe, number 1189. Trinity Mickle, number 653, and Taylin Tobias, number 1148. You guys are currently in the ring.
And this is our largest and last group in breeding swine. Out there, Jameson Harder, Tel McConnell, Jet Kramer, Cooper Keefe, Trinity
Well, the young
Mickle,
lady
and
here in the
Taylon
middle of the
Tobias.
ring is going to go ahead and win this particular class, and I think that one just combines a lot of true power and brood sow character with a good enough set of legs on her. I think that one's really bold, opened up, plenty soft in her center body, really hits the surface on a wide base. Maybe where I'd like to change that one is just get her out and flex ever so slightly, a little bit more comfortably on the drive. Wish she took a little bit of a longer step there in front, maybe set him a little bit squarer from behind, but I think has plenty of true power. Really like that one from the side. Young lady that's going to go ahead and be second here, I think probably corrects our class winner in terms of just taking a notch longer of a stride. Maybe lends to the fact that she doesn't have quite as much true muscle and power as our class winner, which allows her to get out and be a little bit freer in motion, but appreciate that one for being long and level spine, and certainly plenty productive there in her center body. The young man with the Durock's going to go ahead and be third in this particular class, and I think that one is just a really functional female to me. That one, I don't really have a whole lot of holes to pick. Probably nothing super extra special about that pig, but certainly plenty functional, gets out and drives really well. Wish she was maybe just a notch more grooved up in terms of her muscle shape, but I appreciate that one for just being plenty broody. Young man that's going to go ahead and be fourth, I think probably corrects our third place in terms of being a little bit more out there, and the way that gilt's put together, I think she's got a little bit more extension ahead of her blade, a taller bladed female that's really level and unique in her spine, maybe just not quite as much gilt there. Wish she was a little bit softer in her center body, and probably could still be a little bit freer in motion. The young lady that's going to go ahead and be fifth in this particular division, similar, has a lot of cool pieces to that hog. I think that gilt's really extended ahead of her blade. Appreciate that one from the side. Structurally, I get concerned on that one though as she drives away. She gets pretty, wants to push both hocks to the outside of her skeleton. Makes me a little bit concerned as a breeding female, but certainly has some unique pieces in terms of just some extra feature and shape. The young man that's going to go ahead and round out the class, I think, has one that's plenty flexible, really sound in motion, probably just doesn't have quite the body and the true power that the rest of the hogs in this class have. Maybe a little bit of an age difference there on that one, not sure, but probably just in terms of true what's really there, that one probably falls short. But young man's doing an awesome job with that one. Give these kids a big round of applause.
First purple in that group was Taylon Tobias, and second, Trinity Mickle. Now we'll do the overall champion breeding gilt and reserve champion breeding gilt. Banner sponsor for the champion and reserve champion breeding gilts is the Pat Downey family. Pat was a member of this group for a long time, so RIP there, Pat, and thank you to the Downey family.
Again, this is the drive to determine the champion and reserve champion breeding gilt. Out there right now, Taylon Tobias, Ty Valdez, and Kinley Keefe.
references in the ring for the gilt show, and I apologize if I maybe was a little bit harder to follow in this particular division, but ultimately its functionality is a combination of structure and body, and so primarily they got to be built good enough, but they also got to have enough to them to be breeding females, and so that's kind of where my priorities lie in terms of selecting a breeding gilt. And so there's one out here that I think probably combines that to the best degree in terms of being really broody, really sowy, plenty of body, and good enough structured, acceptable for me today, I guess. And for a reserve, I probably will go ahead and follow it with one that I talked in class is really elegant in the way that she's constructed. Certainly not the boldest bodied one out here, but I think from a skeletal standpoint, a hard one to make and probably a little bit more special in that regard. And so that's kind of where my head's at. Hopefully you guys can see it similarly, but I'll go ahead and select your Grand and Reserve. Congratulations to all three of you, a really high quality set of hogs.
So your grand champion, Kinley Keefe, and your reserve, Ty Valdez. In champion breeding gilt. Want to take a moment to thank a few more of our Purple Ribbon sponsors while we have a moment. Big Jim's Bar in Oconto, known for their flavorful, made-to-order pizzas and friendly small-town atmosphere. They're open at 5 Monday through Friday, and Saturdays and Sundays open at 3. Dine in or call ahead for takeout. Big Jim's Bar in Oconto. Do yourself a favor. Go get some of their delicious pizza. Thank you to Farm Bureau Financial Service. Local agents Travis Hansen, Jack Lindstrom, and Lloyd Johnson are proud to serve the community to help protect what matters most: your family, home, farm, business, and your future. Stop by 616 South C Street in Broken Bow or call 308-872-6433. And thank you to AgriBest Feeds, offering loose minerals and room and edge tubs for your cattle. They also have posts, red brand, barbed wire, and other fence supplies you need. ATV drive-over gates or an automatic wireless hydraulic gate are also available at AgriBest Feeds in Callaway. So it looks like we have a little bit of a break right now. I believe they're going to be starting with FFA here shortly.
Begin the FFA swine show in approximately 15 minutes.
Okay, so they're going to get started in 15 minutes. We will step away and prepare ourselves for that part of the show. Again, thank you to all the sponsors you'll continue to see scroll on your screen for bringing you this coverage.
All right, everybody. Well, welcome back to the FFA Swine Show. We're so happy that you guys are here to support these kids. We're going to be starting here in just a moment. As you can see, we've got some animals entering the arena. This is going to be our class of showmanship.
So I will announce their names for you. I ran down and got a program. Ida Bumgarner out there, Kinley Keefe, Cooper Keefe, Sarah Riddle, Taylon Tobias, TJ Horkey, and Avery Harder. All out there. Same judge from before, Sarah Dilly. So we kind of have an idea of the things that she's looking for when it comes to showmanship. We'll just go straight to determining a champion and a reserve champion here in the FFA Swine Show. We just have one breeding gilt that will be shown, 2 classes of market gilts, and 3 classes of market barrows. And then we'll determine overall market swine, and that will be it for the FFA Swine Show. Kids are all doing a great job. They all have their backs turned to us because the judge is on the top side of the show ring, which means they're doing their job right.
if you would, please put your hands together for this group of showmen. Certainly a high quality set of them out here, all doing a really fantastic job. It's getting hot, these pigs are getting hot, and so probably some cooperation issues might be the root of our problems for a couple of these kiddos out here. But I went ahead and spoke to each of them individually about things that I thought they did well and things that I thought they could improve on, and it's kind of fun to see some of you 4-H kids here in the FFA ring as well, maybe with different pigs and different things that you can do with that pig specifically as opposed to your other hogs. So again, congratulations to all of you guys. I discussed this in the 4-H show as well, but for me, a good showman, regardless of species, is somebody that can exhibit that animal to a really high level and present them to the highest of their abilities at all times, and in combination of doing that, also just kind of melt away from that animal. I don't want to notice a good showman. I want to be able to just kind of see them effortlessly out here doing this, and I think there's a young individual that's done that very well throughout the duration of this class. Maybe could kick that pig up into a notch of a higher gear for me, and we discussed that, but I think this person is really fluid in terms of how she gets around the ring. In terms of reserve, there's another young lady out here that's also doing an outstanding job, extremely intense. I love her aggressiveness on the other end of that whip. She knows what she's doing and where she wants to take that pig. We discussed, though, maybe just being a little bit calmer, a little bit quieter with her pig as she's out here in showmanship. But again, really good set of you guys. Congratulations to all of you. I'll go ahead and shake hands with your grand and your reserve. Give them all a big hand.
Taylon Tobias and Kinley Keefe, if I remember their faces correctly. Your champion and reserve champion, respectively.
All right, congratulations to all of our exhibitors in our swine showmanship. Congratulations go out to the reserve champion showman, Kinley Keefe. And your champion showman was Sarah Riddle. In just a moment, we're going to be moving on into the Market Guild portion of our show. Coming into class number 1, we're going to have 2 entries.
I believe they announced that incorrectly. That is Taylon Tobias that was the champion. I think they'll be updating that here shortly.
Apologies. Kinley was your reserve champion and Taylon Tobias was your champion showman.
Okay, so now we wait for Kinley Keefe to come out with her breeding gilt. Just 1 entry here. While we have a moment, want to thank more of our Purple Ribbon sponsors for bringing you coverage from the 2026 Custer County Fair. Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer in Broken Bow want to thank everyone for their business at all of their surrounding Trotters locations. Whether you're visiting Trotter Service, Trotter Fertilizer, or one of the many Trotters Woe and Goes, they've enjoyed serving you in central Nebraska since 1962. Thank you as well to our hosts here at the Custer County Fairgrounds, the Custer County Ag Society, welcoming you to the Custer County Fair. They urge you to come out and take in the fun. They also want to encourage you to look at the calendar of events for the Custer County Fairgrounds throughout the entire year at custercountyfair.org. You don't want to miss out on any of the activities going on.
Market Guilt Show. 2 entries. On deck is going to be class number 2.
Okay, they apparently skipped breeding gilts and went straight to market gilts. The FFA show always keeps me on my toes each year, I will say. No back tags for me to go off of, so I just have to go by recognizing faces, which usually goes pretty well for me, but doesn't always. So out here right now is Ida Bumgarner and Avery Harder. Avery in the red, Ida in the blue shirt. First of 2 classes of market gilts. On the sheet they had that we were to have a breeding gilt, but they may be waiting for Kinley to bring that back since she was just out there for showmanship. Not sure.
Kick off the market gilt portion of the FFA show, and I think the young lady with the red hip gilt is going to go ahead and win that one. Just in terms of true pounds of product, probably wins this class. She's plenty muscular up high. Maybe we'd like to crack her open a little bit more and set her down a little bit wider at the surface, but I think for a lightweight gilt, she's really fresh, plenty shapely, and circles the ring with plenty of flexibility and ease. Young lady's predominantly black gilt. That's going to go ahead and be second. I think is one that, again, is still plenty fresh, has enough shape, maybe just in terms of structure, falls short a little bit, gets a little bit high in her spine, and wants to round out of her hip, causing her to be a little bit restricted in motion, but one that's plenty tough-jawed, stout-footed, just needs a little bit more to her today. So congratulations to those 2.
So first in that class, Avery Harder. Second in that class, Ida Bumgarner.
Results of that last class. Receiving first purple was Avery Harder, and receiving second purple was Ida Bumgarner. Coming in next will be our second and final class of our Market Guilt show. We'll follow that up with our division drive.
of gilts out here, and certainly not probably as many numbers in this show, but quality still rings true. And I think there's a couple of them at the top end of this class that are pretty different, but I like for different reasons. So the young lady here in the blue shirt with the chromed up gilt's going to go ahead and win. And I think that one does so just because she's really unique. I love that she's so blown apart, really heavy muscled on the top side of her skeleton, and is able to carry that into a really attractive design and drive around the ring with a really unique neck set that comes tall out of her blade with plenty of extension, so dead level down her top and out of her hip, and sits down on a really stout foot and bone, which is really cool. Would I like to make that one just a little bit more soft-centered and pliable? Probably, but I think she puts together a lot of really unique pieces to go ahead and win. Young lady here with the gilt coming directly behind me is one that probably has a little bit more total pounds, a little bit more power, is softer and more pliable through her center skeleton, but from there, just structurally probably not quite as impressive. Gets a little bit lower fronted and more restricted out of the front end of her skeleton. Certainly isn't wanting to be super cooperative today for the young lady, but another one that I appreciate in terms of just muscle and body. Young lady here with the kind of tricolor gilt there in the corner, I think is going to go ahead and be third. Love that one in terms of being so long and extended, really dead level in her spine. Probably just doesn't have the mass and muscularity as the two ahead of her. Wish we could pull her apart a little bit more, blade to hip, and set her down a little bit wider at the surface, but still appreciate that one for being fresh and really cool from the side. Young lady here in the red's going to go ahead and be fourth in this particular class. One that's probably, in terms of freshness and just true lean muscle shape, excels in terms of that regard. But get this one on the drive, and I probably run into some more problems with her structure. Just gets a little bit high in her spine and tucked underneath in her hip, causing her to be a little bit incoordinated out in motion, but still is one that's plenty grooved up, has a lot of muscle. A young man that's going to go ahead and round out the class on the opposite end of the spectrum. That's a really pounds-heavy kind of gilt. A lot of body, a lot of gilt there. Probably just pushing a little bit extra maturity. Wish we could get that one a little bit more shape and lean her up ever so slightly to get any higher. But a really nice class of them. Please give them all a big hand.
All right, results out of our second class of market gilts. Your first purple went to Talon Tobias, and your second purple went to Kenley Keefe. Coming back into the arena now are going to be our class winners for our division drive. Following this, we'll move into the market barrow portion of our show.
Well, Kenley Keefe wasn't listed in that class on the program, and she was the one who was supposed to have the breeding gilt earlier. So like I said, again, with these FFA programs, I never really know. They serve more as a guide than a rule for me up here in this booth. So we'll go with what was announced there. Talon Tobias winning that group and class. Kenley Keefe in second. And now they've got we've got three out there.
Well, getting all three of them back out here for the grand gilt drive, and I think just keeping in mind that muscle matters when it comes to these market hogs, market gilts. Certainly a priority trait to sort towards, and then from there, in terms of having two hogs that have plenty of muscle, I get to pick and choose with some skeletal design and feature things, and so there's a pair of them that paired up in class, and they'll stay paired up for the drive. You'll be my grand. You'll be my reserve.
Okay, so Talon Tobias, the champion in market gilts. Kenley Keefe, the reserve champion.
Results of our division drive for the market gilts. Coming out of that second class, your reserve champion was exhibited by Kenley Keefe, and your champion market gilt, exhibited by Tail and Tobias. We'll see them back later for the overall market swine drive. But here in just a moment, we're going to move into our market barrow show. First class is going to have 4 entries.
Those entries as listed in the program: Cooper Keefe with 2 entries, Ida Bumgarner with an entry, and Sarah Riddle with an entry. They will be entering soon.
set to evaluate out here. I think certainly some differences and similarities, but makes it a little bit challenging to sort. Not a perfect one out here, but kind of trying to go back to some priority traits. I think the young lady with the blue hip barrow is going to go ahead and win just in terms of mass and muscularity. Maybe not the most shapely barrow in the class, but I think he does have the most just genuine spread blade to hip, and certainly the most productive centered probably of the group. In terms of his skeleton, he gets pretty short and round out of his hip, causing him to be a little bit restricted in motion, but past that, I think just fundamentally he can go ahead and win. The young lady, let's see, here in the pins will go ahead and be our reserve in this particular class. I think from a cutability perspective, I like that one better. Probably has a little bit more grooved up shape. For me, that one just gets a little bit harder bodied and drier centered probably than our class winner, which lands him second. But I think in terms of genuine leanness and muscle shape, that one does really well. Young lady here in front of me will go ahead and be third, and I actually discussed with these girls, they're litter mates, and so very similar in their type and kind. This one probably just had a notch less than our second place, maybe just a little bit narrower constructed, a little bit drier centered than our top two. And then let's see, the young lady with the fourth place hog may have exited the ring already, but that one was probably just pushing a little bit of extra maturity for me today, and probably could have been a little bit more grooved up in terms of his muscle shape, but still a really nice class for these guys. Let's give them a big hand.
All right, so Ida Bumgarner wins the class. Cooper Keefe had a second place effort in the class. So that should bring out class 2, which is Sarah Riddle, Avery Harder, and Kinley Keefe. Here shortly. We'll see if that stands true.
Coming into the arena in just a moment will be your second class, free exhibits. Results of class number 1. Your first purple was exhibited by Ida Bumgarner, and your second purple exhibited by Cooper Keefe.
We'll hope this breeze continues throughout the day. We're far from done here today. We're probably about halfway done. 4 and 5 o'clock are when we'll get started with the sheep shows. 4 o'clock will be FFA, 5 o'clock will be 4-H. Kind of give you an idea there. Constantly adjusting this camera here, folks. It's struggling, to say the least. I think it's got moisture on the lens, something.
this class. As these hogs get to heavier weights, we start thinking about some maturity. And so I think the young lady here on the far side of the ring, probably her barrow does the best in terms of having plenty of muscle but still being fresh enough and laying it onto an acceptable skeleton. And is that one perfect? No, probably could be a little bit squared up off either end, but I do think in terms of just being pulled apart, shapely and productive, that one probably checks all those boxes. The bottom pair is where it gets a little bit more challenging. Young lady here in front of me with the chromed up hog's going to go ahead and be second, mostly due to just some extra level of shape and being the leaner option. I think that hog probably is a little bit more acceptable in terms of maturity. Probably not the more blown apart one by any means. Could use a little bit more rib shape there, but I still think it has more shape and is probably just more desirable in terms of degree of maturity, because the young lady that's going to go ahead and round out the class has a hog that is probably boulder ribbed, more opened up, hits the surface a little bit stouter, but it's just pushing past that point of maturity that we like to see, pretty plain shaped and getting a little bit too much fat on us. But I think that young lady's doing an awesome job, really good job to these kids. Give them all a big hand.
Results of our second class of market barrows. Your first purple was exhibited by Kenley Keefe, and your second purple by Sarah Riddle. Coming into the arena momentarily will be our third and final class of market barrows. 3 exhibits in the class. We'll follow that up with our division drive.
Taylor Tobias, TJ Horkey, and Ida Bumgarner all coming in with this last class of market barrows.
Really high quality one to start off this class. Young lady with the chromed up hog there in the corner is going to lead us off, and I think that one just in terms of muscle pattern and shape exceeds everything else in this class pretty well. I think past that though, that's a high quality barrow that still sets down onto a good enough skeleton. I'd probably like to level out and lengthen his hip ever so slightly to keep him a little bit stronger in terms of his top line, but one that I think just once she gets him driving really can pick his head up and line out nicely from the side. Plenty stout in terms of his foot and bone. Good one to start. Young man here with the blue barrel is going to go ahead and be second, and I think practically speaking that's a good hog. That one's plenty opened up, has a lot of muscle, really productive and pliable in his center skeleton, and honestly is put together pretty nicely in terms of his structure. Just probably doesn't compete with our class winner in terms of the extra feature and uniqueness in terms of the way he's built, but still appreciate that one for having plenty of pounds of product, a really good practical market hog. Young lady with the red barrel is going to go ahead and round out the class. Again, kind of a similar story, one that's a pounds heavy hog, plenty of product there. Probably just gets a little bit plainer in terms of shape, pushing some extra maturity. Wish we could groove that one up just a little bit more and maybe set him down onto a stouter foot and bone to get up higher in this class. But really good set of them. Please put your hands together for these kids. Very nice job.
All right, so first in that class, Taylin Tobias, second, TJ Horkey, third, Ida Bumgarner. We'll now determine the champion market barrel, and then we'll go to overall market swine after that immediately.
Results of that last class. Receiving first purple was Taylin Tobias, and second purple was exhibited by TJ Horkey. Coming back into the arena now are the winners of each of our barrel classes for our division drive.
So out here, Ida Bumgarner, Kinley Keefe, and Taylin Tobias, each of the winners of the market barrel classes, competing for champion and reserve champion market barrel.
Here. I think it's a really outstanding set, and there's probably a set of pigs out here that all have enough muscle. They're all pulled apart and have plenty of power and just true body that we're looking for in these market hogs. I think there's one that probably takes that to an extreme in terms of laying it onto a more attractive skeleton. Probably not perfect in that regard, but I think does it the best. And again, I've said this before, but just combines muscularity and skeletal quality to a really high level. So young lady here in the middle is going to go ahead and be your grand.
So that was Taylin Tobias. And reserve.
to reserve, there's two of them that are probably pretty similar in terms of the way that they're put together. I think that there's one that's probably just a notch fresher, a notch more grooved up in terms of some leaner muscle patterns, and probably a little bit more acceptable in terms of skeletal quality. So for that reason, you will be my reserve.
Kinley Keefe, reserve champion. So now, Talon Tobias and Kinley Keefe for Barrows, and then Talon Tobias and Kinley Keefe for Market Gilts will be competing for overall Market Swine.
Results from our Market Barrow Division Drive. Congratulations to Talon Tobias on being named champion, and then your reserve champion was Kinley Keefe. They'll be coming back into the arena in just a moment, along with the champion from our Market Gilt division for the overall Market Swine Drive.
While we have a moment, we want to thank a couple more of our Purple Ribbon sponsors for helping bring you this video coverage. Many of these sponsors, well, all of these Purple Ribbon sponsors also helping with our radio coverage. Lots of interviews being played throughout the Custer County Fair on KCNI Radio. Thank you to Justin Thompson Agency with American Family Insurance. Whether you're protecting your home, vehicles, farm, business, or your family's future, the team at Justin Thompson Agency and American Family Insurance is here to help find the protection that fits your needs with local service you can count on. They're proud to support the Custer County Fair and wish all the exhibitors, families, and fairgoers a safe and successful week. Thank you as well to Nebraska State Bank. Proud to be your local bank, serving the area since 1918. With 4 convenient locations in Callaway, Myrna, with 2 in Broken Bow. They have your financial service needs covered. Stop by any location today to get set up with free checking for your personal or business needs. Again, this is the championship drive out here right now. Either Talon Tobias is getting some help since she was the champion in both the Barrow and Gilt division. And then Kinley is getting help from Cooper to get her reserve out there. And that is the 4 that you are seeing come onto your screen. Again, this is the final thing we'll have before we wrap up the FFA Swine Show here today. And then I think we're on break all the way until 4 o'clock when they will have the FFA Sheep Show. And then the 4-H Sheep Show to round things out after that.
Of them out here to sort through for the final market drive here, and I think that there's 4 pigs out here that certainly could be competitive elsewhere, but there's probably a set of them out here that I've probably gravitated towards a little bit stronger throughout the course of this show, and I think they're fun to sort because it really comes down to personal preference for me today. I think there's one that's probably a notch heavier muscled, bolder bodied, a little bit more pulled apart, and there's one that's really, really cool in the way that this pig has so much muscle and still sits down really, really sound on a really stout foot and bone. I think it's awfully impressive. And so I think it's a coin flip for me, but today I'm probably going to go ahead and side with the gilt. And the bearer will be your reserve.
Okay, so Talon Tobias, Grand Champion, Market Swine, and Reserve Grand Champion, Market Swine, here in the FFA show.
Results from our overall drive. Congratulations to Talon Tobias for exhibiting both the champion and reserve champion hogs. Thank you to everybody for coming out for the FFA Swine Show and for supporting these kids. Make sure to tune back in later today for the FFA and 4-H sheep shows. I believe that begins at around 4 p.m. Make sure to stay hydrated and be safe if you're traveling.
All right. Great stuff. And that does wrap up the swine side of things. So now, as you heard, they're going to break all the way until 4 o'clock when they will get started with the FFA sheep show, followed by the 4-H sheep show. Now, the reason for the long break, I was talking to Colleen in the 4-H office. We've got a lot of kids that show sheep that are also involved in the horse side of things, so they're waiting to ramp up their horse events so they can get across the fairgrounds over to the sheep in order to show their sheep. So would be great to be able to roll right into the sheep, but kids can't be in two places at one time. So everyone's going to go and get some work done preparing their sheep, obviously, and then if they can afford to take the break, they're going to go grab some lunch and maybe find some air conditioning before we rejoin in the early evening. So what we're going to do is we will just go ahead and end this video stream here in a little bit. And then we will continue with a new video stream, which will be started up a little bit before 4 o'clock this afternoon. So we've already been live for 5 hours here this morning and into the afternoon. And then we will be live with some more later on. Again, I hope to see you out at the Free Pit Barbecue. That starts up at 5:30 ahead of the Custer County Classic Bull Riding. Would love to have you out there for those events. Of course, we'll all be doing our best to stay cool, but I know that the competition will be very, very entertaining. So please come on out. I'd love to hand you a dilly bar. Just wave me down. Of course, I won't be over there until I am wrapped up with tearing down all of this equipment over here on the other side of the fairgrounds. So again, we'll go ahead and thank our Purple Ribbon sponsors one last time before I close out this broadcast. Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer, the Custer County Ag Society, Justin Thompson Agency with American Family Insurance, Nebraska State Bank, Healing Hearts and Families, Sargent Irrigation, Central Nebraska Diesel, Custer Public Power District, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, Pioneer Seed, Full Circle Irrigation, Lines Appliance, Big Jim's Bar of Oconto, Farm Bureau Financial Services, and Agribest Feeds of Callaway, all joining us as Purple Ribbon sponsors throughout the Custer County Fair 2026. have a great next couple of hours, and I will talk to you a little bit before 4 o'clock, and we'll get underway with the FFA and then the 4-H Sheep Show.